Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our world together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our world together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our world together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a mother earth. Reach out your hands, let us lead our world together. We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together. We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
We will heal the earth. Heal the earth. Heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us lead our earth together.
Global Namaste. Please join us this Sunday on a free global online session, International Yoga Day Special for body, mind and soul.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the
A very warm global namaste to all of you from all over the world, from wherever on the globe you're connecting to us from. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. And from Hong Kong, hot, humid Hong Kong, Ni Hao Ma, and a very warm welcome to all of you. This is our 134th episode. Yes, you heard it right. 134 Sundays of free online global edutainment for all of you. Now, before we begin this session, let us just bring in some positivity. I will be starting the session with 3 Gayatri mantras and 1 Loka Samasta. You may wish to add in or hold any affirmation you want within your heart. So let's begin this session. Let's close our eyes. Let's take a long deep breath in and exhale long. Welcoming in this International Yoga Day session special. Let's take another deep long breath in and let go. I will be saying 3 Gayatri mantras. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuvah Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May everyone on our planet be happy, healthy, abundant, peaceful, joyful, blissful, and blessed. Om Shanti. A very warm welcome back to all of you. And as I said before, from hot, humid Hong Kong, we are traveling all the way to Mumbai. Yes, all the way to Mumbai, India, where we'll be meeting a very, very special guest today, Mr. Himanshu Mehta. A very warm global namaste to you, Himanshu ji. Oh, Himanshu ji, we can't hear you. Could you unmute yourself, please?
Okay. A global namaste to everyone on Healing Our Earth program. We are so excited to be back again with you. Thank you, Seemaji.
We are so excited to have you, and thank you very much for being with us today. Now, I believe you have a small self-intro video for all of us, so maybe you'd like to just start and get it rolling.
Sure. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before while we get the video rolling, I want to ask you
the permission. Okay.
One question. Is it as hot in Bombay right now as it is here in Hong Kong?
Yeah, I think Bombay should be more hot and humid in a way.
And it's the monsoon season. And all the videos started. Wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
Namaste. By profession, I'm a businessman. I'm very passionate about yoga and other exercises which aligns with the practice of yoga. I have been practicing yoga since over 20 years. I call myself as PIP of yoga, meaning promoter, inspirer, and practitioner of yoga. In order to promote yoga to novices from last 6 years as Kar Seva, I have been giving community service on Juhu Beach by conducting and coaching free sessions of Surya Namaskars, yoga, and pranayam every Saturday morning for about 2 hours. I discovered that yoga has been subconsciously working on me, transforming me into a better human being. I find yoga has been leading me towards self-realization, which is goal of yoga. My perception about life has phenomenally improved internally. I feel very contented and indulge into activities that aligns with my inner being. Yoga has helped enhance my perception, my intuition, discrimination powers between right and wrong, right choices of food intake, and mellowed down my aggression. Psychologically, I feel at peace almost at all times and have been able to catch up with good, sound sleep even for a shorter duration. On the physical aspect, yoga has given me a bonus of anti-aging. All credit goes to yoga. Tulasana. After doing all the asanas, we do pranayam, bandha and kriya. Ujjayi pranayam. In Jalandhar Bandh, chin lock, Gyan Mudra, breathing in, Purak, holding Antara Kumbhak, Mula Bandh, exhaling Rechak, Bahya Kumbhak. Nadi Shodhana, sitting in Padmasana with Nasika Mudra, left hand Gyan Mudra, Jalandhar Bandh. Right nostril breathing in, Purak, left nostril breathing out, Rechak. Bastrika in Ujjayi Pranayam. Jalandhar Bandh, chin lock, blow the abdomen like a blacksmith bellow, breathing in, breathing out. Jalandhar Bandh, chin lock, Nasika Mudra, Gyan Mudra, left hand, breathing in, sharp exhalation, pumping your abdomen like a blacksmith bellow. I have been greatly inspired by our beloved Pradhan Sevak Modi ji, who himself is a yogin and on pinnacle of karma, gyan and bhakti yoga.
What a wonderful introduction video, Himanshu ji. It's truly very inspiring, what you're doing as a Kar Sevak and the PIP. I just love it. Kudos to you. Well done. Fabulous. Now, I believe after that wonderful intro you've had in store for us, you have a very, very special session coming ahead for us with you and your team.
Yes. Yeah, we'll be practicing yogasanas, which our Prime Minister Modi ji is going to practice, do it with maybe 50,000 plus practitioners. And that is going to be a simple yoga. And I would request the audience who is there on the Zoom to even join us for the practice. These are all simple asanas.
How wonderful, and what a wonderful way to celebrate International Yoga Day. So the show's all yours. Let it roll on.
Thank you. Yeah.
योग हमारी पुरातन परंपराएं अमूल्य देन है। योग मन व शरीर, विचार व कर्म, संयम व उपलब्धि की एकात्मता का तथा मानव व प्रकृति के बीच सामंजस्य का मूर्त रूप है। यह स्वास्थ्य व कल्याण का समग्र दृष्टिकोण है। योग केवल व्यायाम भर न होकर अपने आप से तथा विश्व व प्रकृति के साथ तादात्म्य को प्राप्त करने का माध्यम है। यह हमारी जीवन शैली में परिवर्तन लाकर तथा हम में जागरूकता उत्पन्न करके जलवायु परिवर्तन से लड़ने में सहायक हो सकता है। आइए हम एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस को आरंभ करने की दिशा में कार्य करें।
Yeah, so that was PM Modi's speech in UNO in 2014. And he gave a speech of 90 minutes and convinced 195 countries to embrace yoga. And that's how International Yoga Day was born. So we will start our practice, and we'll be doing the same asanas as prescribed by Ayush Ministry. Thank you. Please join us.
Sangachatvam samvadatvam Sangachatvam samvadatvam Sambho manasi janata Sambho manasi janata Deva bhagam yatha purve Deva bhagam yatha purve Sanjanana upasate Sanjanana upasate Sanjanana upasate Sanjanana upasate Sanjanana upasate Sanjanana upasate
Welcome to the world of yoga. Let us start yoga sadhana, beginning with Chalanukriyas, loosening practices to increase microcirculation. The first one, neck bending. Stand with feet comfortably apart. Keep the hands straight beside the body. This is Samasthiti. This is also called Tadasana. Keep your arms on the waist. While exhaling, move the head forward slowly and try to touch the chin to the chest. Now inhale, move the head as far back as is comfortable. Stage 2, right and left bending. While exhaling, bend the head slowly to the right. Bring the ear as close as possible to the shoulder without raising the shoulder. Now inhaling, bring the head back to the normal position. Similarly, while exhaling, bend the head to the left side. Inhale and bring the head up to the normal position. Stage 3, right and left twisting. Keep the head upright. While exhaling, gently turn the head to the right so that the chin is in the line with the right shoulder. Now inhale, bring the head back to the normal position. Similarly, while exhaling, turn the head to the left. Inhale and bring the head to the center. Stage 4, neck rotation. Exhale, bend the head forward trying to touch the chin to the chest. Inhale, slowly rotate the head clockwise in a circular motion. Then exhale while coming down and do a full rotation. Then rotate the head anti-clockwise direction. Inhale and go back anti-clockwise. Exhale and come down. Shoulders movement, shoulder stretch, technique. Keep feet together, body straight, and arms by the sides. Raise your both arms sideways above your head with the palm facing outward. Bring it down in the same manner. The arms must not touch the head when going up or the thighs when coming down. Palms must be kept opened with fingers together. Stage 2. Skandha Chakra, shoulder rotation. Stand erect. Place the fingers of the left hand on the shoulder and the fingers of the right hand on the right shoulder. Full rotation of both elbows in a circular motion. Try to touch the elbow in front of the chest on the forward movement and touch the ears while moving up. Stretch the arm back in the backward movement and touch the side of the trunk while coming down. It's the clockwise rotation. Create same kind of rotation anti-clockwise. Trunk twisting. Keep the legs about 2 feet apart. Raise both the arms up to the chest level with palms facing each other and keep them parallel. While exhaling, twist the body towards the left side so that the right palm touches the left shoulder. Come back with inhalation. While exhaling, twist the body towards the right side so that the left palm touches the right shoulder. Come back with inhalation. Standing postures. Tadasana, palm tree posture. Tad means palm, palm tree or mountain. This asana teaches one to attain stability and firmness and forms the base for all the standing asana. Technique. Stand with feet 2 inches apart. Interlock the fingers and turn the wrist outwards. Now inhale, raise the arms up, bring them in line with the shoulders. Raise the heels off the floor and balance on the toes. Stay in this position for 10 to 15 seconds. Exhale, bring the heels down. Release the interlock of the fingers and bring the arms down parallel to the trunk and come back to the standing posture. Vrikshasana, the tree posture. Vriksha means tree, the technique. Stand with feet 2 inches apart. Focus on a point in front. Exhale, bend the right leg and place the foot on the inside of the left thigh. The heel should be touching the perineum. Inhale and extend the arms up and join the palms. Stay in this position for 10 to 30 seconds and breathe normally. Exhale and bring the arms down and the right foot down too. Relax and repeat the asana by bending the left foot. Exhale, bend the left foot and place the foot on the inside of the right thigh. Again, the heel should be touching the perineum. Inhale, raise the arm up, joining the palms. Exhale, bring the arms and the left foot down. Relax. Padahastasana, the hands to feet posture. Pada means feet. Hasta means hands. Therefore, Padahastasana means taking the palms down towards the feet. This is also referred as Uttanasana. Technique. Stand straight with feet 2 inches apart. Inhale slowly and raise the arms up. Stretch up the body from the waist. Exhale and bend forward until the trunk is parallel to the ground. Exhale and bend forward until the entire palm rests on the floor. Maintain this final posture for about 30 seconds. Those who are having stiff back should bend according to their capacity. Now inhale, come up slowly to the vertical position and stretch the arms above the head. Exhale and slowly return to the starting position in reverse order. Asana, the triangle posture. Trikona means triangle. Tri means 3 and kona is an angle. If one cannot touch the feet, one can reach for the knees instead. Technique: stand in your feet comfortably apart. Slowly raise both the arms sideways till they are horizontal. Exhale, slowly bend the right side and play foot. The left arm is straight up in line with the right arm. Turn the left palm forward. Turn your head and gaze at the tip of the left middle finger. Remain in the posture for about 30 seconds with normal breathing. Then inhale and slowly come up. Repeat the same on the left side. Exhale, slowly bend to the left side and place the left hand just behind the left foot. The right arm is straight up in line with the left arm. Turn the right palm forward. Turn your head and gaze at the tip of the right middle finger. Remain in the posture for 30 seconds with normal breathing. Relax. Ustrasana, full camel pose. Ustra means camel. The body in this posture resembles the posture of a camel, hence the name. Technique: kneel down on the floor. Keep your thighs and feet together, toes pointing back and resting on the floor. Bring the knees and feet about 8 inches apart and stand on the knees. While inhaling, bend backward slowly. Be careful not to jerk the neck while bending backward. With exhalation, place the right palm on the right heel and left palm on the left heel. In the final position, thighs will be vertical to the floor and tilted backwards. The weight of the body should be evenly supported by the arms and legs. You have stayed in this posture for 30 seconds now. Relax and come back to Visram Asana. Uttana Mandukasana, the stretched up frog posture. Uttana means upright and Manduka means frog. The final position of the Uttana Mandukasana resembles an upright frog, hence the name. In Uttana Mandukasana, the head is held by the elbows. Technique: sit in Vajrasana, spread both the knees wide apart while toes remain touching each other. Raise your right arm, fold it, and take it back above the right shoulder and place the palm on the left shoulder blade. Now fold the left arm similarly and place the palm from above level to the right shoulder blade. Maintain this posture for about 30 seconds. Now, slowly come back by removing the left arm first and then the right arm, bringing the knees together and come back to Vajrasana, placing your palms on the thighs. Vajrasana, the spinal twist posture. Vakra means twisted. In this asana, the spine is twisted, which has a rejuvenating effect on its functioning. Technique: bend the right leg and place the right foot beside the left knee. As you exhale, twist the body to the right. Bring the left arm around the knee and place the palm beside the right foot. Take the right arm back and keep the palm on the ground in line with the tailbone, with the back straight. Remain in the posture for 30 seconds with normal breathing. Now, take out your hands with exhalation and relax. Repeat the same on the other side. Now, bring the right arm around the left knee and place the palm beside the left foot. Take the left arm back and keep the palm on the ground in line with the tailbone. With the back straight, remain in this posture again for 30 seconds with normal breathing and relax. Slowly remove your hands with exhalation and relax. Throne postures. Makrasana, the crocodile posture. In Sanskrit, makra means crocodile. In this asana, the body resembles a crocodile. Lie down on your stomach with the feet wide apart, feet pointing outward. Bend both the arms and place the right hand on the left hand. Place the forehead on your hands. Keep the eyes closed. This is Makrasana. This asana is practiced for relaxation in all postures. Stay in this pose for 30 seconds. Bhujanga Asana, the cobra posture. Bhujanga means snake or cobra. In this asana, the body is raised like the hood of a snake. Relax in Makarasana. Join your legs and stretch your arms. Please note, keep the legs firm so that no load or strain is felt on the lumbar spine. Forehead on the ground. Now place your hands just beside the body. Keep palms and elbows on the ground. As you inhale slowly, lift the chin and the chest, then come up to the navel region. Stay there comfortably. This is called Sarala Bhujanga Asana. Now come back and place your forehead on the ground. Keep your palms besides the chest and raise your elbows from where they are. Inhale. Slowly lift the chin and the chest just up to the navel region. This is Bhujanga Asana. Stay in this pose for 30 seconds. Now exhale. Rest your forehead on the ground and place your palms and rest your head on the palms and spread your legs and relax. Now we practice asanas in supine postures. Lie down supine in Shavasana. The first one, Setubandha Asana, the bridge posture. Setubandha means formation of bridge. In this posture, the body is positioned like a bridge, hence the name. Technique. Bend both the legs at the knees and bring the heels near while holding both the ankles firmly. Keep the knees and feet in one straight line. Inhale. Slowly raise your buttocks and trunk up as much as you can to form a bridge. In the final position, the shoulders and the head remain in contact with the floor. If required, in the final position, you can support your body at the waist with your hands. Now remain in this posture for 30 seconds with normal breathing. Exhale. Slowly return to the original position and relax in Shavasana. Ardha Halasana, half plow posture. Ardha means half and Hala means plow. This posture is known as Ardha Halasana because in its final position, the body resembles half the shape of an Indian plow. Technique. Take supine position. Keep hands by the sides of the thigh, palms resting on the ground. Slowly raise your legs together without bending at the knees and stop at 30 degrees. After a few seconds, raise your legs further up to 60-degree angle and maintain the posture. Now raise the legs at 90-degree angle. This is the final position of Ardha Halasana. Maintain this position as long as comfortable for at least 30 seconds. Asana, the wind releasing posture. Technique. Lie down flat in supine position with back. Bend both the knees and bring the thighs to the chest. Interlock the fingers, hold the knees, or clasp the shin below the knees. Those who are flexible can hold. Exhale, raise the head till your chin touches the knees and relax. Synchronize your breathing with neck movement. While touching the knee with the nose or forehead, you should be able to feel the lumbar region stretched. Keep the eyes closed and focus your breathing. This is Pavan Asana. Stay in the posture for at least 30 seconds. Now relax and bring the head back to the ground. While exhaling, lower the leg to the floor and rest in Shavasana. Shavasana, the dead body posture. Sava means dead body. The final position in this asana resembles a dead body. The relaxing supine position. Lie down on your back with arms and legs comfortably apart. Palms facing upward, eyes closed. Relax the whole body consciously. Become aware of natural breath and allow it to become rhythmic and slow. Remain in the position till you feel refreshed and relaxed. Kapalabhati. Sit in any meditative posture like Sukhasana or Padmasana or Vajrasana. Technique. Close the eyes and relax whole body. Inhale deeply through both the nostrils. Expand the chest. Expel the breath with forceful contractions of the abdominal muscles and relax. Do not strain. Continue active, forceful exhalation and passive inhalation. Complete 40 rapid breaths, then take a deep breath and exhale slowly. Now, please join me for the practice. Now relax and enjoy the tranquility. Pranayama, Nadi Shodhana or Anulom Vilom Pranayama, that is alternate nostril breathing. characteristic feature of this pranayama is alternate breathing through the left and right nostrils without or with retention of breath that is comfortable. Breath should be slow, steady, and controlled. It should not be forced or restricted in any way. Ratio and timing. For beginners, the duration of inhalation and exhalation should be equal. Gradually make 1:2 inhalation and exhalation. Technique. Sit in any meditative posture. Keep the spine and head straight with eyes closed. Relax the body with a few deep breaths. Keep the left palm on the left knee in Jnana Mudra, and the right hand should be in Nasigra Mudra. Place the ring and small finger on the left nostril, keeping middle and index finger folded. Breathe in from the left nostril, close the left nostril with the small and ring finger, and release the thumb from the right nostril. Exhale through the right nostril. Next, inhale through the right nostril. At the end of the inhalation, close the right nostril. Open the This complete process is one round of Nadi Shodhana or Anulom Vilom Pranayama. When there is a retention of breath, it is known as Nadi Shodhana. But when continued without holding or retaining the breath, it is known as Anulom Vilom. Brahmari Pranayama, or also known as Brahmari Rechaka, Sanmukhi Mudra. Sit in any meditative posture with eyes closed. Inhale deeply through the nose. Close the eyes, placing the index fingers on the eyelids. Then place finger above the nostrils. The ring finger is placed above the upper lip, and little finger near the lower lip. The ears are shut by inserting the thumbs. This is called Sanmukhi Mudra, which symbolizes the vihara or withdrawal of the senses. Exhale slowly in controlled manner while making a deep, steady, humming sound, such as that of a battery. This is one round of dhyana. Dhyana or meditation is an act of continuous contemplation. Technique. Sit in any meditative posture. Keep your spine comfortably erect. For beginners, soothing music may be played in the background during meditation. Hold Dhyana Mudra as follows. Touch the tip of the thumb to the tip, forming a circle. The other three fingers are straight and relaxed. All three fingers are side by side and touching. Keep your palms facing upwards upon the thighs. Arms and shoulders should be loose and relaxed. Close your eyes and sit with a slightly upturned face. You did not concentrate, just maintain a mild focus between the eyebrows and be conscious of your breath. Dissolve all your thoughts and attain single and pure thought. Meditate. Stay as long as you can. Meditation leads to self-realization, which is always the goal of yoga. Sankalpa. I commit myself to always be in a balanced state of mind. It is in this state that my highest self-development reaches its greatest possibility. I commit to do my duty to self, family, at work, to society, and to the world for the promotion of peace, health, and harmony.
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे भवन्तु सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् मा कश्चित् दुःखभावे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Himanshu ji, that was a really beautiful, well executed, sublime expression of yoga. I'm sure if one were to practice that on a regular basis, they would really, really experience an immense sense of calm and spiritual upliftment. I enjoyed watching that very, very much. Thank you very much to you and your team for creating this beautiful expression of yoga for us for International Yoga Day. Very, very lovely. Thank you. Any quick word you'd like to say to us before we move on to our next guest?
Yeah, we have come all of us together, please. Come. Yes.
We have just 2 minutes before we jump on to our next guest.
Yes.
So we'd love to hear something very
Sure.
inspirational from Inspira, sorry.
Inspire, I for inspire.
I for
That's,
Inspira.
I for inspire. So we
I for
mutually inspire
inspire.
each other. I for inspire, yeah. So we have on Tuesday, we have 2 back-to-back programs, the same program, and we are actually going to celebrate on the Juhu beach with about 400 to 500 people. And then we go to Malad, which is about 20 kilometers away from here, to a girls' college, and there are about 500 girls, and we are going to perform them. So it's just to promote yoga and celebrate international yoga, the same as per the Ayush Ministry protocol. So
thank you so much. That's very I for Inspira or Inspira, inspiring, may I say.
yeah.
And I wanted to thank each and every member of your team for this wonderful, beautiful, well-executed sequence. Thank you very much for joining me, Nara.
There are the 2 little ones, the twins. They're 10 years old.
I saw them.
Yeah.
They were amazing. You guys are amazing.
So I'm also sharing the banner of our program. Yeah. So
please do send us the banners and everything.
Staying here in Mumbai or Juhu, they can join us. Yeah.
Wonderful. And do keep coming on board on Healing Our Earth. Do stay with us. And okay, Deepak Mehtaji has just shared the 8th grand celebration of International Yoga Day.
Yeah, I wish everybody in advance happy International Yoga Day.
A very happy and warm International Yoga Day to you. Thank you so much, Himanshu ji and your team for joining us. Do stay on board with us. And now we're going to get ready to welcome our next guest, a very special person.
Thank you.
Matthew Earl, all the way from UK. Matthew Earl is a science graduate and a former spiritual skeptic. An interest in self-development led him to explore meditation. He began teaching his insights and techniques that he used silently in all areas of his life that took him to a whole new level. He began sharing them with others. He celebrates simple and profound techniques that work practically and communicate them with a great sense of effect. He has 19 years of teaching experience with the esteemed Raja Yoga School of Thought from the respected Brahma Kumari Spiritual World University, or the Brahma Kumari World Spiritual University, with talks that he conducts, workshops, and exhibitions. Matthew leads the head of business growth for an IT consultancy in the UK, and he is based in London. And along with Matthew, I'd like to welcome Sister Jayanti, who Matthew will be introducing from the esteemed Brahma Kumari School of Thought. A very warm global namaste to both of you. Matthew, I believe there's a heat wave in the UK as well right now.
Yes, it's true. It's pretty warm here at the moment, although typically for the UK, it's all over the place, up and down every few hours.
Indeed, here in Hong Kong too. I know you have something very special for us with respected Sister Jayanti, so I'm going to leave you to steal the show, and I'm going to sit back and just soak in all this wonderful energy.
Thank you, Seema. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And it's a great privilege and pleasure to be with everybody today, celebrating International Yoga Day. And yes, as you said, Seema, I'm delighted to be able to host and introduce Sister Genti today. Just before I do that, I thought for anybody who's just joining, just to say a little bit about International Yoga Day itself. So I think as many are aware, it's the 8th International Yoga Day. It was first celebrated in 2015, having been introduced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi of India. And the resolution was endorsed by a record 175 member states at the time, which I think is quite an amazing feat of cooperation, and probably also a signal of just how vital the practice of yoga is for everyone's well-being at this time. And interesting, the theme that the UN picked for International Yoga Day this year, which was Yoga for Humanity. And they were talking about on their website how during the pandemic, they've seen how it's been particularly helpful for people in managing and overcoming fears and anxiety. And the essence of yoga being a balance, but not just balancing the body, but balancing the connection between the mind and the body, and also the human relationship with the world. So these are themes that we'll be exploring today with Sister Genti, very current and important themes. And as some of you may know, just before I introduce Sister Genti, the Brahma Kumaris teach a form of yoga called Raj Yoga meditation, which is often called yoga for the mind. So yoga is, as I'm sure, again, a lot of you know, originally means connection or union. So looking at how does that fit in with the mind? How do we develop the right connections that are going to help us with our well-being in our thinking, our thoughts and feelings? And how does that help us develop a more peaceful state of mind and help our well-being overall? So how can yoga help healing through the mind is the topic of this particular session. And I'm very, very happy to introduce Sister Genti. Sister Genti is a dedicated practitioner and teacher of Raj Yoga with over 50 years experience. She is the additional administrative head of the Brahma Kumaris and their NGO representative at the UN in Geneva. She works tirelessly to promote positive human spiritual values to all sectors of society. Her wise and compassionate insights shine a light of clarity and relevance on the complex issues of today. So, Sister Genti, a very warm welcome to you.
And a global namaste to everyone who's with us today.
Great. So, exploring this whole topic of connection and the specific practice of Raj Yoga, we were talking about maybe having 3 sections, and we want to include some meditation experience. So very grateful that Sister Genti will be able to lead us into some guided meditations as part of this session. But the first thing we wanted to do is to explore the practice of Raj Yoga meditation itself. So Sister Genti, can I invite you to give an introduction to Raj Yoga as a practice and share your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you to everyone on Healing Our Earth program. It's a joy to be with you all for International Yoga Day. And yes, yoga, the word has spread out into the world. Nobody needs to hear a translation of the word yoga, whether it's Spanish or Japanese or Russian or any other language. Everyone will just use this term yoga. And as you said rightly, yoga means union, connection, to yoke together. And this implies various things in terms of Raj Yoga. It's the yoga through which I connect with my own inner being and my own inner core values. And then it also means connecting my mind, my thoughts, my feelings with the divine, with the source, with the supreme. And so connection is absolutely key. And people sometimes think that Raj Yoga might be very difficult or complicated. And I want to reassure everyone that it's actually very, very simple, even simpler than practicing the exercises and postures of Hatha Yoga. Why? Because the mind has its own natural way to flow, to create thoughts, to create feelings. And all we're doing is harnessing this energy and moving it along in a very specific way so that we're able to get to know ourselves first and foremost. And then through that awareness and self-realization, we're able to come to the connection with the divine and experience a glimpse of the divine. So Raj Yoga essentially is this practice of meditation.
Great, thank you for that introduction. There's quite a few elements you introduced there, and I think all of us love the idea of simplicity today, because everything out there is just so complex. But it's often the case that you hear people that have experienced meditation or started a practice of meditation, that they can come back and say, well, actually, I've tried meditation, but it seems a little bit of a struggle, and I'm finding it difficult to focus, to concentrate. My mind won't keep still. It's jumping all over the place, here and there, thinking about work, thinking about family, and loads of other things. So what would you say about that in terms of simplicity, and how can we reassure people exploring meditation or thinking about it that Raj Yoga can really be a simple practice?
I would suggest that they try micro meditations, not even mini meditations, but micro meditations, which means practice meditation for 1 minute. That's it. Never mind hours or minutes and minutes, but just 1 minute. And whenever you say, we can actually experiment with that micro meditation for 1 minute. And so to stay focused on your thoughts and watch your thoughts and channel that energy for 1 minute is not difficult for anyone. And the more I practice this, the more natural and easier it becomes. And because I'm gaining immediate benefit from it, then I want to practice it maybe for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and lo and behold, you're ready for 15 minutes even maybe. So do it very naturally, very gradually, but maybe the only thing that's required is an inner interest, that this is what I would like to pursue. I would like to get to know myself better. And those micro meditations are very simple. And so you can just move along gently at your own pace and find that connection with yourself.
Yes, I think that's a very good point. Certainly something I've experienced in my practice. And we even had a project in 2006 called Just a Minute, which was focusing on developing a series of 1 minute meditations and introducing that as a valuable practice, as you say. Sometimes people can feel when they're starting out, oh, you know, I did a minute, but I'm not sure I achieved anything. Other people very quickly experience the benefit. So certainly a regular practice is important, isn't it, as well?
Yes, I think so. And this is why I mentioned my own interest, because when I am interested, this is what I'm definitely going to do. And so, yes, try it first thing in the morning. That really is the best, so that you're setting your mind on a peaceful track for the rest of the day. But also through the day, how many times do we pause for maybe a water break, maybe to take a telephone call or to have something to eat. So every time I take a little pause from my work or my other duties, so can I at that moment also practice going on this inner journey and connecting with myself and finding that sacred space that exists within all of us. And when I do that, it's a joy to experience that inner peace, which is always, always there waiting to welcome me. If I try and find peace out there anywhere, maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. I go away on holiday thinking it's going to be a nice, peaceful break. And I come back exhausted and really quite upset because things didn't turn out as I would have wished. And so where are you going to go to find peace? There isn't a peaceful place outside anymore. But within myself, sitting in your own comfortable living room, sitting in your favorite armchair or whatever, just go on this inner journey and you'll find that there is that peace always, always there. And so make it a regular practice. Even find a little corner in your living room or in your bedroom where you can sit quietly without being disturbed. And again, that familiarity of a situation, the same time, the same place, the same feeling, and you'll find that it very naturally develops and you're able to meditate for longer and longer periods.
Great. I think there was some really reassuring advice there, and also some very, very practical tips. And I certainly found in the early days of my practice that support from online, from meditation teachers, from books was very important. And I just wanted to mention the 2 free apps, if I may, that we have on the Brahma Kumari's website for people who are looking to maybe start these short meditation practices. So there is a Just a Minute app you can find via the Brahma Kumari's website. And there's also another app called B Zone, B as in BEE. It has a little icon of a bumblebee or honeybee, but obviously playing on the idea of being. And B-Zone also, that's got a nice set of functions where you can set it up to give you reminders every hour. Because one of the things is we get distracted, don't we? It's very easy to plan the habit of a meditation practice, but then the day just disappears and suddenly you get to 9 in the evening and realize, oh, I didn't stop at all. So maybe it's a good time, Sister Genti, if you would like to take us into an experience of meditation so that people can explore what we've been talking about and experience it for themselves.
Sure. Let yourself carry on sitting comfortably, and I invite you to follow a few thoughts as I share them, as I meditate, and it'll be a very brief one this time. I decide to go on an inner journey. I leave the outside world where it belongs, out there, and I explore the world within. I visualize a spark of light, a shining star in the center of my forehead. This is the home of the soul in this physical body. And as I focus on this shining star, I begin to feel detached from the physical form. The body is here, and I'm very much here also. But I can also feel a distinct separation from the inner being to the outer being. And this inner being is the being of light. I am eternal. I am a being of light. Om, I am Shanti. I am peace. You can see it's very simple and it's totally experiential. And I hope that if you practice this consciousness of coming to this awareness here, you'll feel this distinct identity, the identity of the eternal being of light, the soul. And once you've had a glimpse of that, you don't want to let go of it. You want to keep coming back to this awareness, because the whole perspective of my world changes when I change this awareness and consciousness.
Thank you. It was a really beautiful experience. And nice to have that contrast of the power of silence and becoming introspective. And you talked about connecting with the inner being. And in Raj Yoga, we sort of look at this distinction between the inner and outer worlds, and how it's become habitual for all of us recently to interact with life, with all its relationships, with the self, with others, with the earth, from an outside-in approach, that we take our cues about who we are and our value from the roles we play and the feedback we get from outside. But reconnecting with this inner being, and as you were talking about the qualities of this inner being, there's a lot of potential for growing our self-respect, recovering our self-respect, our self-confidence, and for healing. And so I wanted to ask you a little bit about this aspect of healing the self and relationships, but of course the first one may be the relationship with the self. And if you'd like to share some thoughts on that, I think it would be very valuable.
Thank you. We carry a lot of trauma within ourselves, and I should be pointing here, not here, but anyway, because what I am, who I am, everything I am, all my experiences through eternity are recorded in this inner being, the soul, which is incredible. If you think about eternal existence and how much that can mean, and all of that is compressed into this infinitesimal point of light. So science has followed spirituality, not the other way around. So the soul existed with this microcosm and macrocosm together within this tiny infinitesimal being. Science is gradually learning to catch up with condensing information and data into more and more minute specks, but the soul exists eternally. And so when I start looking within, and I don't have to look very far, I just have to look at what's going on in my thoughts and my feelings. I realize that there's a lot of hurt and pain that I carry within. Recent, immediate situations where perhaps somebody has ignored me and I was expecting them to welcome me. Maybe somebody's hurt me, they don't even realize it, but I've become a sensitive flower, and so a few words they said crushed me, and they don't realize it even now, but I feel very crushed. Or even going back to infancy, so many stories I hear, especially in the UK now, where parents migrated to the UK and traumatic reasons in terms of jobs and settling and having children, and they decided to leave the children with parents and grandparents in India, and the little children grew up with grandparents, and then sometime later they were again transplanted back again to the UK. Now can you imagine the trauma of a child going to unknown people? Yes, the parents know that the grandparents are very loving, but the child doesn't know them. They're strangers. I'm going into too much detail here, but you can understand the sorts of things that we carry as trauma within ourselves. And so how do I heal all of this? My parents had good intentions that I'd have proper care. My grandparents gave me a lot of love, but nobody understood what I was going through. And so at this point now, how can I start healing myself? Because yes, I know that we have a lot of professional help available. And maybe if somebody wants to take that, that's absolutely fine. But maybe first let me try something of being a healer for myself. And that can happen when I take God's love, when I connect with the divine, the supreme being, the light, who is the source of all positive attributes. Then the love that comes from the divine to the soul is able to massage and calm the soul down and take away that sorrow and pain that I have struggled with for most of my adult life, or even since my adolescent days when I became aware of what was going on within. And as I start taking that love calms the pain down and finally works like balm, and not only heals the soul and allows it to let go and forgive and finish the past, but also it's left with a sense of great joy at this discovery of this relationship with the eternal being. And so God's love is the healer that can actually finish the pain of the past, childhood past, adolescent past, or even immediate past from this morning or yesterday. And so I would recommend that people try this. The Supreme Being is also a being of light, infinitesimal in size, no weight, no length, no width, no breadth, no measurement, yet exists, just this infinitesimal point of light. And you'll say, but that's what you said the soul was. Well, I did. Well, all souls, the highest right down to the very simplest, all are beings of light, but their capacity to be able to hold different qualities such as peace and truth and love is highly individual. It's totally individual. But the one who is the supreme carries the maximum of all the positive attributes to the nth degree, which is why we use the term the ocean. God is like the ocean of love. And so immerse yourself in that ocean of love, and you come out of it 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes later, and you're totally fresh. The burdens have been lifted, the pain has been resolved, and you know that everything you need can come from one source. Don't have to go to many shops, one-stop shop. Just connect with the divine and take all the treasures that God wants to remind you of.
Wow, that's really beautiful, and I can really relate to that. There's so many interesting threads to pick up on. First of all, it's as you say, it's people may need maybe at a stage where they need to seek professional help. But this idea of exploring self-healing through meditation, through making the connection with the self and the divine, as you were saying, is very interesting. In terms of how it can help us, as you said, dissolve away the past hurts and past trauma. Because I think it's normally the case with some other approaches that we try and go into the past to understand and unpick what has happened. But the experience can often be it's a very long journey, and actually it can be quite draining in itself because there's so the past is so vast, as she said about eternity, but even the experiences of this life and the trauma from this life, that it's really like a spider's web, a cobweb of so many things. And the more I delve into it, the more tangled up I can get. So this idea you're talking about of focusing on the virtues, the qualities within the soul, taking the help of the power of the divine, the supreme soul, God, and being able to sort of dissolve away the influences that are disturbing me. So just the question in this is just this interesting thing, because we know yoga means connection, but it sounds like also by connecting with the divine as well as the self, that it can help the mind disconnect, because we're always having yoga with something. The mind's always thinking about something, but it may be that some things we are thinking about are taking us in the wrong direction. So is it also important to understand what we're trying to disconnect from as well as what we're trying to reconnect to?
Agree totally. And what it is that the mind needs focus. It needs to go somewhere. And so it's going to go wherever it is you let it go. And when I'm unaware, then I let it go to the world news, which is fine if you're listening to it for 3 minutes every day. But if you're going to spend 30 minutes, 60 minutes just delving into the news, what does it do to your brain, your nerves, and your soul? It just fills it with a huge amount of weakness, because there's so many negative things that come into your head. 3 minutes and I get the news that I need to get, finish, full stop, fine. But where I let it continue, and I'm constantly updating myself with news from social media, for example, I'm just going to fill this with so much waste energy that it's not going to be very helpful for my life. And so what I can do is make sure that, yes, I have the information that I need, but beyond that, I don't allow it to spend time just browsing through the net and picking up stuff from here and there, or even the news for any length of time. But what I can do is to, having heard the news, 3 minutes, I understand, full stop, and then I let the mind move in a positive direction. And so the disconnect is not disconnecting with the world, but it's the disconnect with negativity. And that too, so that I don't absorb it within myself. I'm not pretending that it doesn't exist. So disconnect doesn't mean that. But I've made a conscious choice. What am I going to focus my attention on? Where attention goes, energy flows. And so if I'm going to look at just stuff which is negative and rubbish and not so useful for me, and my energy is going in that direction, I haven't been a friend for myself. And it's important to be my own best friend. And then there's a question of all the wasteful things that I keep thinking about in terms of the past. The situation happened many years ago. But instead of learning the lessons from the past and putting a full stop, there's just all this buzz going around in my head with no purpose at all. That situation isn't going to happen again. I'm not going to meet those people again, but it's embedded within this tape recorder and it keeps playing all the time. And so disconnect with external things that are negative, disconnect with the waste that I'm carrying in here that's also not so helpful, and connect with that which is the positive state of the inner being and the beautiful qualities of the soul, which I can begin to experiment with and experience. And as I do that, I can hold on to this higher consciousness, whatever else it is I may be engaged with.
Oh, that's really, really interesting. So it sounds also like this practice of Raj Yoga, from what you're saying, is quite an active process. in that, again, I've heard some that are trying to start out with practicing meditation. It can be a bit like close your eyes and hope for the best. And that's a bit tricky. But with Raj Yoga, we talk about it being a study and a practice. And you've talked about what to start to reconnect to, the inner being, the qualities of that inner being, and the divine energy. Could you say, before we go into another meditation experience to do with this, would you say a little bit about the balance between study and practice, and what might someone study in order to increase these connections and learn about what to connect to?
I found that when I was taking the introductory course, understanding the self, understanding the soul in terms of the explanations that were being given about mind, consciousness, conscience, memory, personality, reason, intellect, all of these things were fascinating. I just loved those ideas that were being shared. And when I started practicing, I wasn't difficult, but I started to practice this awareness of this shining light that I am. And it just was like pressing the button and the light coming on. And so it was a very, very lovely experience for me. Until now, if I'm talking about the soul, if I'm thinking about the soul, I can feel that this energy is just awake and alert and shining. And so study and then practice. And the practice then reinforces my understanding of my study. And I would recommend that whatever material you find is beneficial and uplifting for you, of a spiritual nature, try a little bit of reading together with silence time for reflection, 10 minutes maybe, 5 minutes even, but try a little bit of reading, because my eyes, my brain, my mind, all are focused and aligned. And so when I'm reading something and it's making sense to me, and I then experiment with it, that also creates a very lovely experience. And so read spiritual material, religious material, scripture, poetry, prose, whatever it is that you have found helpful for you. And maybe it's not even reading for 10 minutes. Nowadays, we get very powerful messages every morning on our WhatsApps usually. And it's just a few sentences, but it's powerful. So maybe you keep that open and you say, I'll keep having a look at this every time I have a moment to spare, because no matter how hard you work, there's always space between a patient and the next, between a client and the next. So whatever role or activity you're engaged in the world out there, find those little pauses. And in those pauses, remember what you studied this morning, the few words of inspiration that you remembered, and you'll find that that gradually starts changing the pattern within my brain. One of the most reassuring things I've heard from science is about the plasticity of the brain. You know, you think that, I used to think, once you reach 21, and that was the magic number, and if you reach 21, then whatever patterns that are set in the brain are there with you till the end of your days. But some years ago, a lot of research has been done, obviously, in all these areas in recent times. But some years ago, it was very clear information that came that if you start thinking differently, you're creating new patterns of thinking within the brain. And so new patterns start forming. And yes, the more you follow that new pattern, the greater its reinforcement within the brain itself. So it's not that who I am, what I am in terms of my ego and my anger needs to stay with me from here till the end of eternity. Not at all. What I am, I want to find out. First step. I find out about that. And then I find out about the divine, the supreme. And you don't have to believe anything, just listen and just experiment with those ideas and just see for yourself what happens. And so Raj Yoga is something that we ask you to experiment and judge for yourself. We don't say, believe me, trust me, you have to do this, you should do this, none of that. Here's what I have found through my study and my experiment, and I share it with you in the hope that it'll be of some value and benefit for you in your life also.
That's great. Yeah. And I can really relate to that pragmatic approach of Raj Yoga, because I remember coming 19 years ago as a hardened scientist and quite devout atheist, to be honest, that the very pragmatic approach about not being convinced and actually studying and finding that Raj Yoga, actually the study of Raj Yoga was quite scientific, but was able to step by step lead me to my own experience of my connection with the self and the divine. That was really, really a new thing, very, very powerful. So it would be great if you could, we explored quite a lot of concepts, so it would be great to have another experience of meditation. So I'd invite you to lead us into that experience.
Thank you. Again, just let the body sit comfortably so that it's at peace with itself and it doesn't distract you. And I go on the inner journey again. I come to the awareness of the inner being, the being of light, the being of peace. And in this awareness, the light shines. And in this awareness of peace, I feel the presence of the divine, the supreme, the infinitesimal, eternal spark of light known as Shiva, the benefactor, the creator, the seed, and the point source. And in the presence of the Supreme, God's light reaches the soul. And I fill myself with this light so that all the darkness of the soul dissolves. Shiva fills the soul with his Shakti. Every soul connected with the Creator is able to experience this transformation. The healing of the soul takes place. But now, in this connection with the Supreme Light, I allow God's light to be shared not only with me, but God's light extends to my entire human family. And God's light removes the burden and the pain that souls have been carrying for so long. and God's light is able to bring new life, new hope to human hearts. God's light touches all creatures of the planet and the planet itself. God heals the planet and all within it for the light of love and the light of yoga. Om Shanti.
So thank you very much for that. I was just observing in myself that it's quite amazing, these programs where we have multiple meditation experiences. I think very valuable, because the combination of the right information, but actually starting to experience that through the practice of meditation. And even having practiced for a while myself, it's really interesting how there's a cumulative effect. So you can see, if you take time for multiple sessions in your day, even if they're not quite as long as that, but even a minute or two, as you said earlier, that it can have a very powerful effect very, very quickly. So thank you for that. And particularly, I think with this meditation, as you introduce the divine more and more, the power of that is quite palpable, even across Zoom. It just shows the unlimited effect of this pure energy. I think we have around 10 minutes left, or maybe slightly less, before we welcome back Seema. And you touched upon in your last commentary, spreading vibrations to others and the world. And we've been looking at healing the self, but it would be great to hear you talk a little bit about, in starting to do the work on healing the self, how we can then spread that healing to humanity as a whole and to the planet, and perhaps your insights on, is that the right way to do it? We need to first of all start the process of healing ourselves, and then spreading that healing outwards. So yeah, I'd be really interested to hear your thoughts on some of those ideas.
There's an interesting expression they use, and that is, healer, heal thyself. And so here I am trying to heal others, but I first need healing for myself. And so, yes, inside out is a right approach. Otherwise, outside coming in is very limited. But when I start within and then I work my way out there, then it's going to be real and lasting, and it's going to have benefit. But thinking about healing, firstly, myself, we spoke about that, but you can even heal the body with this light. I'm not suggesting you stop your medications. Please don't do that. Please continue with whatever the doctors have prescribed for you. But together with that, you can move the process along a little bit. Maybe there's something that's wrong with your finger, whatever. And just with remembrance of awareness of the soul and God, and just massage it a little. Or if it's an inner organ that needs help, again, just be detached from the body, and your consciousness is here, you're connected with the divine, and you're sending those rays and vibrations maybe to your heart, maybe to your stomach, wherever it is, the problem is, and it will help in the process of recovery and healing, definitely. But don't just do that, do whatever else your doctor tells you to. But then further, relationships. And how many relationships have I been in, whether it's short-lived or long-term, right from friends when I was an infant and then went to kindergarten with, and so on, through my whole journey till now. There are some things I can recall vividly, others that may have faded, but certainly I can recall different situations, either in which I was hurt or I hurt others. And so do I want to clear all of that? Yes, I would like it. And so the technique for that is, remember that individual, whether they hurt me or I hurt them, but remember that individual for 30 seconds, no more, and bring them in front of the divine. And then that image disappears and you just focus on the divine and you say, I seek forgiveness for all the things that I should not have done. And again, it's not verbal, but it's a quiet thought that you hold. But more than that, it's that deep feeling that I have hurt and I want to seek God's forgiveness so that that track record of karma is changed. I created that karmic account by causing pain or taking pain, but now I want to be able to erase all the dynamics of the energies of hurt from the past. And I do that in the way that I described. And then, yes, there are billions out there who are suffering, whose names I don't know, whose faces maybe come on my television screen, but they need help. And so again, just for a few minutes every day, I send out God's light to all the souls, whichever part of the world they may be in, and whether it's human-made disasters of war, or whether it's what we call natural disasters, which actually have been triggered by human intervention. Now we know that for sure. But just hold the whole globe and all its inhabitants and let God's light shine on this planet of ours so that the healing of the whole of humanity can happen all together. Because together then we can build a new world. Together we can begin a new chapter, a new way of thinking, a new way of being, a new way that is filled with God's love and God's grace, divinity and respect. So we can make a huge difference, not only to our lives, and the lives of those who we meet on a daily basis, but also to people out there who I don't know, but I know that they're suffering and they are in great need.
Thank you. There's some really great advice there about asking forgiveness and also sending good wishes to others, but also a very inspirational message of hope for the future, which was really beautiful. And before we hand over, maybe you could take us on one final meditation experience.
Sure. It's wonderful that we're doing this to honor Yoga Day, but also honoring healing our earth. And so the two things have come together beautifully. So let's do a meditation for healing our earth. I come to the awareness of the soul. I am a being of peace. I am a being of light. In this awareness of the eternal being, in the presence of the divine, God's light surrounds our planet and holds our home in this warm embrace of pure love. God's love removes the pain and trauma of all the variety species that make up our home. And God's love is able to tame the wildness of the animals and allow them to feel safe and secure. I realize that humans have been selfish, but also animals and plants and all the things of the physical universe all are in need of healing. God's love protects all forms of life. God's light touches all the plants and all the elements of nature so that they become calm and begin to cooperate again. Our greed and anger and ego almost killed the spirit that resides in this planet. But now, God's love and peace revives the entire planet, transforms it, renews it. The darkness disappears and a world of light, of truth, of justice begins. Om Shanti and a global namaste to all.
Thank you so much, Sister Genti, for that closing meditation for this session and for all that you've shared today. It's been really wonderful to hear such wisdom and to be able to join you in the practice of meditation. And as we invite Seema back to join us, I'd just like to say I'm sure there are there are many, many valuable things to take from all the sessions of today and from this wonderful program arranged by the Heal Our Earth organization. If anybody who wants to also explore Raj Yoga further as part of that, you're very welcome to visit the Brahma Kumari's website. If you're in the UK, then Brahma Kumari's UK, and all the courses in Raj Yoga that we offer are free of charge as a service to the community. So you're very welcome to explore for yourself further. So thank you again to Sister Jenti, to everybody that's joined for this session, and Seema, I'm delighted to welcome you back.
Thank you, Matthew, and Global Namaste, Sister Jenti, and Pranam. I'm still bringing myself back as a founder and director. Mr. Neil Kumar shares love, even though I may not see the results immediately. Love always works. To be wise means to respond to situations. And he's taken the screen up, but that's okay. One word, one sentence, Sister Jenti, through your beautiful, calming and soothing aura that pulled me into meditation so strongly, and I'm sure many others of us, is where our attention goes, our energy flows. This was so powerful for me, touched me. I am going to write this down, Sister Jackie, and I'm going to put it in front of my bed where I wake up every morning. Because I feel this is something we need to remind ourselves of every day. We get so lost in the mundane world. You know, you shared such deep insights on science followed spirituality. And now science is learning to catch up with the aspects of the eternal soul. Spoke of us connecting to the light and all positive attributes. There are such simple things, so simply put, but yet we find it so difficult because, as you said, we carry within us all these impressions of fear, of trauma, of dislike, of hatred, but these are just words actually. These are just words. Are we really all that? You know, I'm just amazed. It's been so much rasa and nectar for me in this session. So I wanted to thank you. And I could go on and on till eternity, but I can see we have some two very, very special people here. We have Dr. Lakshmi Vyas and we have Dr. Kanubai Patel. So how about we ask Dr. Lakshmi Vyas to come on board. But before that, I wanted to say something to Matthew. How did it feel for you to interact with the calmest spiritual sister, Jayati?
It's a good question, Seema. Thank you. I've been very, very fortunate on my journey over the last 19 years with Raj Yoga to have contact with Sister Jenti as a spiritual mentor. And yeah, it's very, very inspirational. But to be able to spend an hour like this exchanging questions and answers and experiencing those powerful meditation experiences, as you mentioned, is a real privilege. So it's been great for me also, Seema. Thank you.
A wonderful gift. Thank you, Matthew. And let's jump on to Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. A very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas.
Namaste. Just looking at Sister Jayanti itself is, getting peace and some shanti into ourselves. And today's all the three sessions were so good, one better than the other. And even though they were for a short duration, it felt like I had a yoga meditation for nearly 20 minutes at each session. So that is the power of Sister Jayanti. I really, really appreciate, and I have no words to express the serene face and the lovely way you convey the messages to us. I really appreciate. Thank you very much. I'm so fortunate that I could, I'm here to, listen to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas and Dr. Kanubai Patel. I would love to hear a few words from you. If you could kindly unmute yourself.
Hello, namaste. Namaste, can you hear?
Yes.
Namaste ji. Namaste. Yeah.
A very warm global namaste.
Very good program, especially global namaste, everybody. This meditation and especially Raj Yoga meditation, whenever I got a chance, I go here in Leicester, very good center, Brahma Kumari Center. And when Didi Jayanti come, I always go. And this meditation, I refer even my client as well, my patient, to do this course. Is a very beneficial to improve health as well, because so many psychosomatic disorder you can manage with this meditation, Raj Yoga meditation, with this technique, and it's a lifelong learning. We are still learning from each other, and Ayurveda is a vast subject. So in our practice, we have to use this meditation, counseling, so many other holistic approach, and very helpful in our practice as well, this meditation. When I am in the college, then I used to go in the Brahma Kumari Center as well. And I learned a lot of this thing from Raj Yoga meditation, and especially this mind.
Oh, I think we lost Dr. Kanubai Patel over there. But Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, I can see you're glowing after the meditation. And I can see that you really enjoyed it. You know what I loved? What Sister Jayanti, I mean, before I jump onto that, can you imagine we are watching her online and we feel this great auric presence?
Yeah.
Can you imagine what it would be like to be in her presence?
Oh, divine. Absolutely divine it would be, just to be with her, and she taking us for the peace on yatra.
I know, and Matthew, you've been following this wonderful respected school of thought, and you've been teaching workshops, and I'd like to ask you one simple question. What inspired you to come on towards the path?
I beg your pardon?
I was just saying, Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, that Matthew has been following the Raja Yoga School of Thought, the respected Raja Yoga School of Thought, for about 19 years now, I would say, or over 19 years. And you teach workshops and you have exhibitions. And I'm sure you, along the path, you've experienced so much transformation. And it's that transformation that makes you want to delve deeper and also go higher and share more and inspire. But my one question is, what was the key inspiration for you many, many years ago, to embrace the spiritual path?
It's a really good question. Thank you, Seema. I think that the journey of life is quite amazing. And as I alluded to briefly earlier on, I'm a scientist by background studied genetics at university, and I was really not at all interested in spirituality or God or anything. I was very interested in science, but I started to come across meditation, not Raj Yoga at first, just through exploring personal development. I was working in a situation where I was having to help people develop their own skills, and I always had a humanist approach. And gradually, in the sort of 80s, 90s, more and more information about meditation was coming through these books. And I was feeling like there was something missing, to be honest, in terms of a real life purpose beyond career and, all the things we strive for. And also just the idea of something that could perhaps give more peace of mind. So I think a bigger purpose and peace of mind, to put them simply, were the two key inspirations. And when I came across this form of Raj Yoga meditation practice, as I mentioned as well briefly earlier, was so pragmatic and so much to do with enabling me as an individual, as a soul, to experience myself, the experience of who I am as a soul, the qualities Sister Jenti was talking about, and to make that very personal and very powerful connection with the divine directly, and knowing that we can all do that. So having had that experience, that's what inspired me to then start teaching the course myself, to start helping with exhibitions, because once you've experienced that, and I'm sure a lot of people can relate to this, you just naturally want to share it with others, because it's what really makes life wonderful for all of us. This is the key thing. If you can help, if I can help myself and others connect to this feeling of peace, harmony, contentment, love, then what else is more important than that in relationships?
It was wonderful, Matthew, so powerful. And I really want to thank you on behalf of our whole team at Healing Aura and our founder and director, Mr. Kumar, like this wonderful vision in lockdown to bring love, peace, and harmony to, everyone all over the globe. I see it as a great seva, I'd like to thank Sister Jenti. I'd like to thank you for coming on board and sharing this wisdom. In Sister Jenti's words, may we all connect to the light. May all of our souls be massaged and all our pain be taken away. May we take in the love, calm down the pain, and have that healing balm. And may we all have a pain-free soul. We are beings of light. Each of us have a different capacity, but nevertheless, we are beings of this one light. May we imbibe this light, and may we blossom into the lotus that is actually our true state of being. Thank you so much, Matthew Earl in London, and thank you, Sister Jenti, and Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. You're so special. You're always on every occasion of ours at Healing Our Earth. It's beautiful to see your wonderful smile. And a very big congratulations to you for your third term of presidentship of the Hindu Forum of Europe. What wonderful news!
Thank you, thank you.
Heartiest congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And as I congratulate you, I can see from India, we travel the globe, Matthew and Dr. Lakshmi Vyas. I'm here in Hong Kong, and we go to India, and then we go to the United States, and we go everywhere with Healing Our Earth. I like to call us globetrotters, traveling the world online. And I can see from India, we have Dr. Rajiv Gupta. Very warm global namaste to you, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you so much. I've just come here day before yesterday. Well, yesterday I arrived in India from UK and still jet lagged, but yoga keeps you awake. It helps in setting the jet lag clock. Your clock is set back to normal. So it is amazing. So again, once for all, first congratulations, Lakshmi ji. It is such a great thing, and Neil Kumar and I have been talking about really getting this integrated health into the European Parliament and also into this. So I think it'll be great to see with your advancement, it is going to put even more power, bringing the integrate health together. And yoga is one of the big components. So how do you think, I mean, probably good for us to have that sharing, and Matthew, you as well, the serenity, the mind body is actually one part, and Raj Yoga is kind of focusing on to that. So how you think, and I think Sister Jayanti, I have shared platform with her speaking at some occasion, but I think it will be great to hear your views for the all the audience. How do you see it?
In terms of yoga, in terms of the connection between the mind and the body?
And how do we connect it to the conventional medicine? Because I'm a qualified medical doctor and I at personal level have made that journey, but it's the other way around. How do we involve more and more people? And do you see it is going to be extremely useful, and your views, how we operationally do it? Bit of thoughts.
No, thank you. Just briefly, as Sister Genti was saying, we certainly shouldn't be ignoring medications and prescriptions from doctors. But the premise of Raj Yoga is that if we explore this lesser explored dimension of the soul and the divine, the healing power that can come from that will first of all touch our own minds. And at the end of the day, the soul and the mind, once they have that pure energy starting to flow through them, then that energy will naturally radiate to the body and start to promote healing in the body. And Sister Genti was mentioning even a meditation practice we can adopt where you actively focus on a part of the body where there is distress or discomfort, and imagine yourself as this being of light, radiating that healing energy of light to wherever it is needed. And this can be a great complementary healing in addition to modern medicine, which is also incredible in its abilities. So there's definitely more scope. We actually had an event for medics and the medical community at Global Cooperation House in London yesterday afternoon, and this was coming up, all the good work that's done in the NHS and the medical community, and yet there's so much scope to introduce meditation as an additional beneficial practice to really help with healing.
Fantastic.
Matthew, we have all these different medications. We have allopathic medication, we have Ayurvedic medication, we have mantra medication. But I think to reduce the intake of other medications such as Ayurvedic and allopathic, we must implement meditation medication and mantra medication into our daily lives to receive that balm of light that will heal us and take us back to our true state of being, as Sister Genti very, very profoundly, put it. It is such a powerful practice, meditation, and it's also very mysterious. And I'm sure you'd have so much to share with us, Matthew and Dr. Rajiv, on that avenue, and we can go on and on and on speaking about mantra, medication, mantra medication, medication, and every other limb of yoga on this very special International Day of Yoga. And as we are celebrating here on Healing Our Earth, thank you, Matthew Earl, for being a part of Healing Our Earth. A very warm global namaste to you.
Thank you.
And do stay on board with us. And we look forward to seeing you again. Global namaste. Thank you so much. And before I move on to a very dynamic, beautiful, charismatic lady who will be taking over from me, I'd like to mention our upcoming sessions on the 26th of June, Sunday, 2 p.m. onwards, British Standard Time. We have our vegan vegetarian kitchen. And again, what a treat, on Sunday, the 3rd of July, we have another vegan vegetarian kitchen, again starting at 2 p.m. So it's the 26th of June. Put that in your diaries. Don't pencil it in, but pencil it in. We have Sunday, the 3rd of July. Again, no penciling it in, pen it in. And we have an upcoming session straight after that to celebrate Guru Purnima, to pay obeisance and show gratitude to our teachers on Sunday, the 10th of July. All sessions start at 2 p.m. British Standard Time, and we so look forward to seeing all of you. On that note, for those of you who are watching, please remember and let your friends know that we are on YouTube, we are on Twitter, we're on Periscope, we're also on our own page, Healing Our Earth, and we are also live on Facebook. It's Father's Day today, so very warm, happy Father's Day to all those daddies out there. We hope you're getting thoroughly spoiled. And now I'm going to jump onto this dynamic, beautiful, charismatic lady, Dr. Honey Kalaria. Dr. Honey Kalaria is a mind, body, soul coach and an award-winning creative dance expert with over 35 years of experience in the field of art, culture, and entertainment. She's a spiritual seeker and a meditator, and has been since her teens. She regularly practices Samarpan meditation. She has enjoyed studying many spiritual disciplines and yogic sciences. Some of them include Raja Yoga, the art of living, Kundalini Yoga, and many, many more. She has practiced mindfulness, anti-CM meditation. And she has this very wonderful belief that I'd love to share with all of you. And she emphasizes on self-reflection and contemplation. To grow spiritually, one must contemplate, one must reflect to become a better human being. And she can be followed on our handle, hadithkalaria.com. And I must add one more thing. She is our senior host here at Healing Our Earth. And whenever I see her, I get this bubble of joy. So very, very warm global namaste to you. Lovely honey, how are you?
A global namaste to you, Seema. Oh my God, you're such a wonderful host. Thank you so much for a really lovely, introduction. And, the people, the guests that we were listening to, I loved, every single guest who's been on our show so far. They have shared such amazing wisdom, some knowledge, insights into the world of yoga. And what a fantastic day. We got International Yoga Day that we're celebrating, as well as Happy Father's Day, who I believe are also gurus, full of wisdom, supporting our families so nicely. So happy Father's Day to every father out there. I know that you go through a lot, to bring up your children, to pass on your knowledge. So thank you to all our fathers out there.
Such a special day and such a double celebration. How wonderful is that?
Absolutely. And International Yoga Day. I have to congratulate Narendra Modi ji for coming out with such a fantastic initiative, which has been taken on by everybody around the world, globally, from any cultural background, any, faiths. Everybody enjoys celebrating the International Yoga Day worldwide. So I don't know if you've been seeing this, but people around the world, whatever, black, white, yellow, it doesn't matter what colors we come from, we're all celebrating yoga. Fantastic.
You know what yoga does? It celebrates diversity and it's bringing the world together. And I feel now more so after the pandemic, people are more aware of their health. You know, they're also implementing more holistic schools of thought. They want to look after themselves. They're actually leaning back on ancient wisdom and they're saying, what did they do right there then that we're not doing right now? And how can we implement or imbibe or learn from ancient wisdom or our ancestors, our fathers, forefathers, and bring it forward? And even I like to say the sentence, Dadi Ma ke nushke, you know, our grandmothers' remedies, secret remedies, you know, little remedies, like if you had a cut, your grandma would say, oh, don't worry about it, just put some turmeric on it, you know, and it'll be
Yes,
fine.
haldi, just put some haldi on it. Absolutely, yes.
Little things like this, and if you look at it, the world is going back, even through dietary. I'm an Ayurvedic nutritionist, and
Actually, I was just about to give a little introduction about you. Before you tell all that, I thought, oh my gosh, she's already telling. Let me tell everyone how brilliant you are. Actually, you're so good. We have our one and only Seema ji here. And of course, Seema Babaji, I have to tell you a little bit about her before I move on to dear Rajiv Gupta ji, who also is an amazing gentleman. But let me tell you a little bit about Seema, because Seema was born and raised in Nairobi, Kenya, and she follows a lot of these ancient practices of Ayurveda and all these Mayan wisdom, I would say. And she also thinks about how to bring spices together, enhance immunity. She creates yogic teas and all sorts of prescriptions, I would say self-care prescriptions using natural methods. She also is one of those people who really has an impact on people's mental health, full well-being, I would say, physical, mental, emotional well-being through the knowledge that she shares with the world. She's also a qualified breath and water and sound teacher with the art of living. So that's what probably explains why she's so patient. And so I never see her stressed at all. So she's an amazing, amazing, very balanced lady. I would also say congratulations, Seema, because you're one of our hosts here, one of our production hosts who creates all these wonderful vegetarian productions here, because you help us enjoy the best of the best recipes from around the world, which are all really good for you. And you produce these programs as well. So we are very proud to have you as part of our Healing Our Earth family, dear Seema.
Thank you, Annie. That's so special. I feel humbled. And I want to thank you all for having me on board at Healing Our Earth. You know,
yes.
it's a beautiful community. They're wonderful people, and I say that, you know, it gives us all great pride to see how we're growing exponentially worldwide.
Absolutely. Well, we want to say a big thank you to you. Thank you very much, dear Seema ji. Do stay around, because I'm sure that we would be having a wonderful chat later on as well and have some wonderful panel discussions. And of course, we're moving all the way to dear Rajiv Gupta ji to find out a little bit about what he has to share on this special International Yoga Day. So before then, let me introduce and say, first of all, a big global namaste to dear Rajiv Gupta ji, a big global namaste to you. And let me tell you a bit about him. Today, Rajiv Gupta ji is going to be sharing with us yoga, the gateway to health. And he's going to share and give us some tips on that. Now, he is a qualified medical doctor with 26 years experience in national health service in the United Kingdom. And he's also been the chairman of the Regional Council of BMA and Regional Consultants Committee. He's also currently a chairman of the Central Specialist Committee of the Royal College. He's a qualified yoga teacher and has taught yoga to several hundred doctors, yes, medical doctors. And he has been appointed a chief medical advisor for Patanjali UK. And I'm so honored for that, because Patanjali is a king of yoga, of course, as we all know. Dr. Gupta ji also, his dedication to learn is so intricate. He loves details and he loves sharing these with hundreds of online yoga attendees. And this happens through many, many events that he gets involved in. He's also passionate for integrating conventional medicine with other disciplines, which is a very interesting area, because he is now at this moment organizing with the Healing Our Earth team here a wonderful global alliance full of healers from all different backgrounds. So this includes Ayurveda, yoga, homeopathy, Tai Chi, acupuncture, acupressure, and many, many other disciplines, of course, as we know. And he believes yoga is a way of life which certainly contributes to the health and happiness. So why not use it in a daily life? And I would say that too. So dear Rajiv ji, a global namaste. We are honored to have you here as always.
Thank you so much. And again, global namaste. And I'm grateful for all people who have given their time on Sunday afternoon for this part of the yoga, which again, I would reiterate, is a way of life. There is nothing, one particular change that is a part. Everything, the way you live, the way you breathe, the way you move, everything is yoga. So yoga is not, and I think we'll go through, you would believe, you practice yourself. And we've got Sam Poddar here, who is kind of living, breathing example. And I have learned many things from him. He is such a master.
Who did you learn from, Rajiv ji?
Sam Poddar, who is probably going to speak after me.
Right. Oh, wow. Wow, so I'm so looking forward to that. Absolutely. He must be full of so much knowledge and wisdom, to create such wonderful people like yourself and pass on knowledge to some, like Rajiv ji, you're also doing an amazing job, transforming lives through your knowledge that you're sharing. And the great thing is, of course, we've got this wonderful organization that we're setting up as well. You are at the head of that, bringing health practitioners from all different backgrounds, but that includes yoga practitioners too. So Rajiv ji, why do you think it's so important? Why do you say it's the gateway to happiness? I mean, what is so important about yoga? I know, I personally know, because I'm a meditator, and my whole life has changed since I meditated regularly from the age of 13. So regularly meditating. But you can see when people meditate regularly, like Seema, they always seem to be calm, balanced. There's some change that takes place in their lives without them even trying.
So you're absolutely right. Yoga, the real meaning is a union, and it's a union of the body with mind and mind with the universe. So it's alignment of you to your higher self and to the universe. And if all three are aligned, that is how yoga is. And a lot of people think yoga is not just the physical part. It's a lot more than that. Probably we'll get to it in a minute. If I may just share my slides, that would help. And here we go.
Absolutely. I love your presentations because we always get enlightened by them.
I feel that while I'm chance, it's great to see that, why is it gateway? Because you maintain a regular yoga practice, and with that you can have the physical as well as the mental health benefits. And when I say mental health, it includes the emotional health and the spiritual health and the social health. So physical, mental, emotional, social, spiritual, all together, that's what typical yoga is. And why it is important is because the physical benefits are, it increases the flexibility. And those people who have been doing yoga, like we have been involved through the Patanjali, one of our great person, Shri Sohalji, is doing like every day this. And Sam Poddar, who I just introduced you to, is doing the teaching of yoga to every single person, and there are hundreds of them every day. And they have reported, we are trying to collect the data, and the data shows the flexibility of joint has increased. People who were not able to sit on floor, they were sitting on chair. When the social circle of the yoga teaching started, and that has now become that they can sit on floor. So flexibility has increased. So all joints become more flexible. And people who had arthritis, their arthritis has improved remarkably, and some of them is completely gone. They're not taking any medication. So you can see the degree of benefit that have on physical health in that way. Second is increase the muscle tone and strength. People who were not able to lift as the age advances, we all become frail. So bones become frail, muscles become frail, and your ability to perform become less. But with yoga, there is energy circulation. With the pranayama particularly, when you breathe oxygen and you supply maximum oxygen not only to the brain but also to rest of the body, then you have recycling of the energy, and the cellular level of the supply of the energy is increased, which increase your muscle strength and tone and the performance, and at the same time increase your memory, increase your executive performance. And what I'm talking is not talking from the air. There is evidence, there is scientific studies, and we as a part of our mission are trying to compile all scientific evidence so that we can show to people how what we say actually make a big impact on people's personal life, and not only just them in their family life, and not only the family but also onto their work life, and therefore all the teams they are performing, the team performance improve. The third thing is improve the respiration. People who have shallow respiration are more stressed, as we know, so that causes draining of the energy. So stress drains energy and reduce the vitality. With the pranayama, like when you take deep breathing, Bhastrika, you take a deep breathing in. 1 second in, 1 second out. So let everybody who's seeing take a deep breath in. So we are doing 5 breathing, but if you do it for a minute, you will find yourself. I always find a difference if you do it just for a minute, a deep 1 second in, 1 second out, 1 second in. So you can easily do 30 in a minute, and you can do a lot of them in 5 minutes. I know it's not perfect. You sometimes pause in between inspiration and expiration, but that actually by end of 5 minutes, you will feel difference. I can guarantee you. The fourth big benefit is maintaining a balanced metabolism. The whole body, as we know, is based on the ATP ADP cycle, changing the cellular mechanisms. And then you eat carbohydrate. What you eat is used into the body for building the body blocks, and also for providing the system energy so that the respiratory muscles, the respiratory other parts, including the lungs and the diaphragm, can work well, and at the same time digestion can happen, and that needs the metabolic part, and the liver can function so that liver can produce the juice that can digest, and at the same time brain can function so that it can remember the things, it can plan the things, it can connect, communicate to the people, and a lot of thinking needs to happen before. So all this metabolism is powered up. When you use yoga, you are more calm, but your performance improves. The fifth, which is very, very topical, is the weight reduction. We know obesity is on upwards, and that is very difficult because more your weight go up, more difficult it is for you to do any physical activity, and at times also there is slump. So certain yoga, and I give you a simple example of Kapalbhati, that is just taking a deep breath in and then multiple breaths out. So you can do like 15, 20, 30, whatever you can do. And I teach this in my weight management clinic in the NHS where I do work. I run a special clinic, obesity clinic. And in addition to teaching them about the intake and output of the calorie and how they should modify their lifestyle for spending more energy and reducing the energy intake, but this is the other way, and it has got a direct effect because it compresses the tummy, and it releases press the omental fat, where the belly fat is the omental fat, and it press on it to release and remove that belly fat very, very effectively, and at the same time compress the pancreas to release more insulin so that the glucose can be digested and pushed into the cells. So these are mechanisms which are proven to effect, and I use in my practical life. Then the other big benefit is cardiorespiratory health and the circulatory health. So it has got immense benefit on the muscles of heart, and therefore heart can pump more effectively. So your risk of heart attack is reduced because your coronary supply is better and the strength of heart is a lot more compared to that. It is very useful in hypertension or high blood pressure because your blood pressure become down, both because your stress levels are down, so your mental health is better, and at the same time the heart is pumping more effectively, and therefore the stroke volume of the heart is better, and there is a gap between pumping that, so your heart rate is slower, and therefore everything is more effective. So the peripheral blood vessels don't have to constrict or shrink in order to allow the same supply of blood to the muscles and to the organ. It is well known to improve the athletic performance, and many of you might know that they say athletes do physical exercise, running and playing and whatever, but at the same time sit and do some meditation and yoga in order to align and reuse that energy. Protection from injury is the other one. So it's both your reflexes become sharp. So something is happening, you don't fall as often. At the same time, the healing from injury is quicker. And also because your reflexes are better and your muscles are better, your joints are better, all your frequency of fall become less. So I think overall it has got immense benefit. In terms of the mental health, it reduces stress. Well known, there are several studies, some of which I might share with you. Immense benefit because your stress is a difference between your ability to cope and the amount of the external burden on you. So you can handle your burden better if you are calm and controlled. You know yourself. When you are panic, you can't see the key that you're looking for, and you are in panic, you have more risk of accidents. If you're in stress, you do more mistakes. So all these things happen. But stress, as you know, is also manifesting physically. People have backache, neck ache, sleeping problems, headache, all very frequently. And once you relieve their stress, the physical problems go away. People resort to alcohol, people resort to drug abuse, people resort to other things which are like illicit relationships, etc., or going out and being distanced from family, even to the extent of depression and suicide. All that is a manifestation of ability to cope, and your ability to cope increases when you have yoga and meditation in your life. Anxiety is again a similar example, and depression is kind of a spectrum down too far, and we don't want to go that route. You don't need any depressant or use much less doses of antidepressant if you do regular yoga and meditation. And also, we have seen the treatment of PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder, and I use myself for people who come in with PTSD, a mixture of techniques which include yoga and NLP, the neuro-linguistic programming, in order to treat them without any medication. There is kind of ample evidence. This is one of those. I'm just pulling few papers. So yoga for treating the headaches. So this is a systematic review and meta-analysis, and systematic review basically means it's not one study, it's a study of several hundred studies, and that has found that evidence of yoga improving the headache frequency, and that was particularly tension type of headache. The duration of headache was reduced, the pain intensity was reduced, and the number of the people who were there who have complete relief has massively increased. So we know that it happens. In cases of children and adolescents who have anxiety and depression, this was the other study, which was a systematic review, and it shows that yoga, which was primarily focusing on the posture. So we know clearly the benefit on the mental health of the people doing the meditation, but also just doing physical poses and posture also reduce the anxiety and depression in the young people and improve their health status, both physical and mental, using the same intervention characteristics. So it's clear scientific benefit that we can find. And this is just third example. I can give hundreds of them, but in the interest of time, people or the ladies who had the definite diagnosis of breast cancer, it has improved the quality of life, both mental health and the cancer related symptoms, directly improving the sleep, the sleep distance became less and the quality of sleep improved, and it has reduced the total all fatigue, reduce the depression, reduce the anxiety altogether. So more psychological as well as the personal quality of life, PQLI, has improved. So I think this is amazing, and I don't see any reason why not to use. Particularly, this is a science which was used, the oldest one in rising from the India. I'm in India today, and therefore I'm even more proud that this is a science that started from India 5,000 years ago and is now percolated. People across UK, USA, Africa, everywhere are using it. I know there's a difference. In India, we call it yoga. In foreign countries, they call it yoga. I'm still calling it yoga because I'm used to teach people. I'm a qualified yoga teacher, and therefore I'm teaching yoga. I've taught almost 150 doctors how to use yoga for their life. And then I just will touch upon, because yoga in the whole holistic sense has got 8 limbs. This the typical is the yam and niyam. So you have to have restraint from that and observe the purity. And the second two, which are the most popular part, is asana and pranayam. So asana and pranayam, which is multiple postures, which we'll probably talk a little bit more because that's the most well-known part of the yoga. But pranayam, the controlling breath and controlling the energy, is the other important part, which is taking different type of breaths, and that automatically regulates the body. And then again, the less known but higher self preparation, which is pratyahara, which is preparation for the meditation, dharana, which is control of mind, dhyana, which is the deep meditation, and lastly samadhi, which is complete stillness and the super conscious state. So you are merging with the higher self and the universe. So this all is the complete yoga, and I think this is amazing to see. So again, we have talked about these benefits, and let me just talk a little bit more specifically. So first one, we'll just talk about those. So Tadasana is the strength or posture pose, which is in the middle one. So that is one, but you can move on to different aspects and you can have immense benefit on your muscles, joint, and mind, and the peace of mind. But also in young children, it can increase the height. And that's actually just like you can stand up like that and pull it all the way towards the ceiling. And that stretches all the muscles. And if you keep your eyes closed and you focus on what's happening and how you can align the whole body, it has got immense benefit. And I have seen that. The other one, which is quite useful, is the Uttanasana. And Uttanasana is again, is like bending and you're trying to touch the floor, trying to reach the feet or whatever. This allows the whole body circulation to become much better. And your brain, which is kind of bending down, get a lot more oxygen. And that increases your thinking power, increase the memory power. And I teach that in school because that actually has got a total overall improvement in the result of the class if they do it more regularly. And we are trying to incorporate that through our Eat Smart, Think Smart, Be Smart program for the school. So I would request all of those who can connect to us through that for helping that, introducing into the school this Eat Smart, Think Smart, and Be Smart program, where we teach them what simple things they can do in the school, and therefore they can eat more mindfully and eat something different, still providing the calories but becoming more healthy. Think Smart is the other part, which is using the mind in a different way through simple techniques, using emotional freedom technique, using the meditation, dhyan, just focusing for 5 minutes, immense benefit for ADHD, the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, because they stay still, but also increase the oxygen supply to the brain, so boost the performance of the brain. So very, very useful and very powerful. Trikonasana, so you can have a standing Trikonasana, or you can have touching the floor Trikonasana. And again, you can see the triangular pose that body is producing is twisting the body, increasing the flexibility, increasing the whole muscle power, but more importantly, extremely useful for the backache. However, on the other hand, there is a caution. If you have severe backache, you shouldn't do it. So start with the simple asanas, like, standing tall, going up and down. They are simple things, and then move on to these complex things. And the number of the sick leave due to the back pain is very high. And where we have taught this in the organizations, they have seen the improvement in the people who were taking the sick leaves, because the backache has improved, the spinal power has improved, or muscle activity has improved. This is Dhanurasana. This is my other very favorite one. Simply you lie down on the floor and you capture your feet on the back, and this stretches the body and is extremely useful. Again, it causes stretch and it causes release of the insulin from the body, and is quite useful for diabetes. It is extremely useful for the respiratory muscles, particularly because this is causing your air to go in and out very effectively. Quite good for building the muscle strength in the feet, and also is quite useful for anxiety and depression, because physically your mind is diverted into believing this, but at the same time you learn to focus, and therefore your overall life improves. Kapalbhati Pranayama, I was telling you, as I teach it day in and out, you can do sitting on floor, or you can do sitting, just taking a deep breath, and you can do in different mudras. This is the typical mudra, is the Gyan Mudra, or Dhyan Mudra people call it. It's quite typical. You take a deep breath in and multiple breaths out, and this is extremely good for this. But at the same time, it is increasing the respiratory reserve, and therefore for the lung diseases it is extremely good. Caution is for those who have emphysema, because it can hold the air for a longer period of time. But for those people who are recovering from pneumonia, those people who have bronchitis or bronchiectasis, extremely useful. Equal twist pose or Garudasana is the other one. You are twisting the leg right onto the other side. Your face is looking on the other side, and your arm is stretched onto one side. Say, for example, right side on this side, and your foot and the leg is stretched onto the other side, touching that. And that again twists the body, releases all the juices, very good for digestion, and is very, very useful for diabetes as well. Now, this is Sarvangasana, which is like I sometimes call half halasana, is extremely useful because shoulder stand pose, you go up, stand there, and it's quite useful for people who can't do the typical Shirshasana, but it gives immense benefit because you are actually energizing the body through this, and head and neck and shoulders all. Paschimottanasana is the other one, which is extremely good for this Paschimottanasana and Mandukasana. Both of them I have found extremely good for diabetes and for digestive diseases. And that is extremely good because it massages the body as Kapalbhati does massages the internal organs. These are massaging the internal organs, the pancreas, the stomach, the small intestine, the kidneys, including putting pressure on the pelvic floor. And that actually helps in the constipation and rest of the stuff. So it's very, very good and it's extremely useful. Halasana, as I mentioned, is the next step from Sarvangasana. You are going to get your feet back onto this, touching the floor, and you can see the benefits are even multiple because this is going to cause a lot more effect, both in terms of the abdominal organs, but the mind as well, because there is circulation of increased blood into the brain, but also the lungs, and also it increases the stretchability and muscle power and muscle strength. Then is the Ardhalasana, and that is again the half plow pose. So you're lying down but lifting this, It's quite useful along with Nokasana, which is where you lift both the feet as well as your head. They build the abdominal muscles, so abs, typical for young adolescents who want to have big abs. This is extremely good asana for them. And if you can lift for both sides, extremely good for reducing the belly fat. So it's quite useful for that. Bhujangasana is the other one where you can just lie down in a prone position and gradually go up, 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 lifting your head. And therefore, it's actually quite good for all respiratory diseases and is also good for your backache. So gradually you increase the angle. So increase the angle when you lie down from here slowly, 15 degree, 20 degree, 30 degree, 45 degree. And if you're really, really brave, you can go up to 60 degree. And that is extremely good for building this. And you can deep breathe in and out at that time. And that's good. Pavan Muktasana is an extremely typical and quite good pose. In addition to the benefits I told about, when it happens, it compresses the abdominal muscles, extremely good for digestion and for releasing the air and trapped wind. Typically what it happens, it's quite good for weight loss and is also good for the mind, because what you're doing, trying to do that in a phase that actually focus you, touching your knees to your nose if possible, but gradually go up. There is no need to go fast and touch. Just build your knees as close to the face, and that will be a starting point, and gradually build on it, and you will find as it goes, it goes. So this is Uttan Padasana is the other one, which is not as commonly used, but it's quite good for building the muscles and is quite good for the backache. But you need to really be very careful and do it in stages. So initially only lift a little bit, and this is actually a very late phase where there is whole complete stretch of both happening and the neck stretch happening at the same time. So it's also called stretch asana because everything is stretched to the full extent, and it gives a very, very good benefit. And after you have done the whole marathon, this is called Shavasana or Shavasana. Shav, those who people know Shav is like death, and corpse pose is like you are relaxed and you're lying in a phase as if it's a dead body. You've done the whole exercise and you focus, concentrate, and relax your body. Lie in this position for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, as long as half an hour. And at the same time, you're thinking about what has happened to your life, where you were to where you are now, and where you want to go. So it's a very good time to reflect the life and gradually build both physical, mental, and spiritual health. How the universe is, how do we collect the universal energy and spread into the rest of the body. Let the body relax completely and make use of that energy in order to rejuvenate. So resurrect from death. So this is Shavasana, where we are lying as if we are a dead person, collecting and requesting the big universe to put the energy back, and that enter through in the middle. Imagine it's going inside and spreading to your face, giving a bigger glow, spreading down the neck, taking away all the neck pain, all this tension, going down here, taking into the arms, removing all the pain. White light going into the fingers, giving more energy and making it more agile, increasing your writing power, increasing your typing power, increasing your cooking power, increasing your washing utensils, washing clothes, doing whatever chores. Man, woman, we are all same. It's just a physical body different. We have the same soul inside. Let's go beyond our body into the soul and do it all better. And feel that there's radiance of white light mixed with purple light coming out, heart pumping into the body, giving all health to the tummy organs, the kidney, the pancreas, the stomach, the intestine, the rectum, as well as the blood vessels, the muscles, the fat, the sexual organs, the uterus, and then going down to the genitalia, and then going down the thighs, white light mixed with purple light spreading all the way through, relieving all joints, pains, aches, difficulties, walking problems, going down to the toes, and giving more energy and more strength. And then connecting back to the universe. And keeping that connection, and if you keep that connection for 5 to 10 minutes a day, it brings the whole health to a very different level. Are you ready? Open your eyes. I'll stop here.
Wow. What amazing group of exercises you shared. I'm just thinking, I was like imagining that if every single person in the world was doing this at least 2 to 3 times a week, we would all be so healthy. No neck pains and no back pains and no leg pains, and everything will be so flexible and strong. So it's amazing. Thank you, Rajiv Ji. Thank you so much. I wish we could speak a little bit more, but we're just running a little out of time. So I thought maybe I could go on to Samji, and perhaps go on and talk a little bit about what he has to share. But I feel that I just wanted to congratulate you for summarizing the huge topic of yoga in such an amazing way, like a nutshell. I think you're genius when it comes to that, of how to explain things in a very simple way. So, which is really nice. You did that very well. The presentation was amazing. And I just wanted to also share with our Healing Our Earth audience members that, of course, Rajiv Ji, not that he's only talented in all the things that he does and his knowledge, but he's also the producer and production director, I should say, of our health programs. So he brings along and invites all the top specialists and practitioners from around the world, and then we share that knowledge with you completely free of charge, as you all know. It's all about caring and sharing. Isn't that right, Rajiv Ji?
Absolutely right. More the merry. All, as you mentioned, bring our energy together. We can heal the earth. Every single person will be more energetic, more powerful. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. I'm going to try those exercises, actually. I wish I could do those every single day. I think I'm going to try, and see what happens in a month's time, and then I'll share with the audience members out there. Thank you so much, Rajiv Ji. Okay, I'm moving now on to my next guest, who is, of course, Sam Podarji. A global namaste to you. We are so privileged and so honored to have you with us today on Healing Our Earth. And thank you, Rajiv Ji. I'm just going to do a quick little introduction about this amazing gentleman. Sam Podarji is going to be sharing a little bit about the benefits of Kapal Bhati. He's all the way here from Scotland, and he was born in India in 1953 and moved to UK as, of course, at a very young age. He qualified as a civil engineer and expanded into the healthcare sector, establishing care homes for up to 500 people across Scotland. In 2006, he met Swami Ramdev Ji and Acharya Balkrishna Ji in the UK. And further to this, to his training, Sam was appointed as Patanjali Yoga International Teacher Coordinator, which is amazing. Now, over the years, he has taught over 10,000 yoga teachers worldwide. That's right, 10,000. And in 2008, Sam donated a private island to Patanjali Yoga Peeth, creating Scotland's first yoga retreat center. Now, since the pandemic hit, Sam has continuously taken free daily online yoga classes. And of course, as you would definitely understand, he's ended up having thousands of followers who are, I'm sure, very grateful. Thank you, Samji, for joining us here today. How has your day been? Everything good?
Yeah, obviously, global namaste to Healing the Earth, and obviously to Haniji, namaste. And
Namaste.
Remember, on 21st of June, we're all going to celebrate the International Day of Yoga, which is on Tuesday. And the theme is Yoga for Humanity. That is the theme for this year.
Okay? Right. Beautiful. Yoga for Humanity. I love it.
And through yoga, we can unite the world into one family. Very important. That's the purpose. Revolution for global health, modern problem, ancient solution. That's what yoga does. There's 5 principal approach to good health, healthy living, to the natural way through yoga, which is pranayama and asana, Ayurveda, food is medicine, acupressure, naturopathy, go by to the element you're made up of, fire, air, space, earth, and water, and balanced living. Just to let you know, I'm not in the Glasgow because International Yoga, I've been traveling all over the UK to promote the International Yoga Day. I've been yesterday to Leicester, Coventry, Nottingham, this morning Nottingham, Derby, and I'm going to Bradford, Leeds, Bolton, Manchester, and then back to Glasgow. That's why I'm on the hotel just now. I'm speaking from Travel Lodge. On the back of the room, there's no much facility there.
We are very grateful for you to join us. Even with your heavy schedule, you make time for it, and we're really happy, and we're so proud to have you.
I do appreciate Anil Kumar, the amount of work he's doing. I can't take my hat off to him. He's excellent. So yoga is much more than exercise. It's a tool which unites your mind, body, and soul. What happens to your breath when you're frightened? It goes heavy and faster. So breath is the bridge between your body and mind. Agree? Mind is separate, body is separate. But the breath connects the two together. That's why whenever you're frightened, you're stressed, your breathing goes faster and faster. So what we have done is reverse the role. By controlling the breath, you learn to control your mind. Once you learn to control your mind, you become the master. Not like a loose horse which is running galloping away anywhere at all and gives you a lot of stress and things like that. So yoga, what's the benefit of pranayama for? Remember, British ruled India for 200 years. They saw the benefit of pranayama and the benefit of yoga. They stole the hardware. They forgot to take the software. Body is like a computer. Hardware, you need the hardware and software to run the computer properly. Same way, body to be healthy, you need as much asana as much as pranayama. Both you need. Asana fixes your muscle. And when I went around the world, I've been to America, South America, Mauritius, wherever, people tend to do more physical. Pranayama is very little. They all have good muscle. They still become ill. They still have diabetes. They still have high blood pressure. They still have cancer. All the symptoms are still there. The internal organs are not being exercised. And that's why now Swami came up and said, help to the world. You need this package as well. This can put the disc in the system. Your body will become healthier. And that's what we're trying to do in our own way. Yoga is a complete philosophy. And for self-healing, self-realization, it can be used to prevention, secondary prevention, and acute management, all in one. So what's the benefit of pranayama? First is increase the level of oxygen in the blood. Very important. Second is left to control your temperature. Third, it releases good hormones. Fourth, internal organ exercise. If you cut my hands and feet off, every single organ you see there, from my lung, my heart, my liver, gallbladder, pancreas, spleen, my both kidney, my prostate, and for females, the ovary and uterus, everything is exercise. When they exercise, toxins are eradicated, lipid fats are removed, and organ can perform an optimal task to promote health and body. Because we don't work on your symptoms. We work on your system. Aapke day ke purja ko theek karte hain. We try to fix every part of your body healthy. Then you don't have any symptom. That's the way to work with it. So it doesn't matter what illness you have. We don't package for that. Our pranayama is same because it's fixing the system. If system is working well, the whole body becomes healthier. Very important. And also, once you exercise your organs, your toxins are eradicated, and also you have cells are dying, new cells are being born. So dead cell need to be removed. That's lymphatic system. So automatically your clean body, highly clean body, highly immune body. Your immunity improves. So able to remove dead cell becomes faster. So prevention of cancer or any kind of lymphatic lump node in the body reduces time. See how simple it is. Pranayama is like a package. It's a whole package. And I'm just adding things what Dr. Gupta, he's a very highly qualified medical person. I'm a medical person. They can call me a plumber. I'm just know where the blockage is. I clean the blockage. Through the use of acupressure, mudra, pranayama, asana, and things like that. I'll go more. So really, and also the last but not the least is one highly clean body, highly immune body. Automatically your immunity improves to fight infection, viral infection, COVID-19, anything at all. And last but not the least, one of the best things Pranayama does is able to, as Dr. Stab said, it reduces your stress, anxiety, depression, anger, they all calm down. That's why body to survive, you need prana. What is prana? In Bharat, we call it prana. In China, we call it chi. And in the whole world, we call it life force, universal life, energy. What is prana? If you rub your nails together, fast and fearlessly. This is the end of the meridian line. If you do that, and then shake your hand up. That's what athletic do before the race. That is self-energizes your whole system, focus, and improves your heart health. And now put your both hand there. You can feel the sensation of prana in between the power. You can feel the pulsation. That is prana. So whenever you scoop energy, you're getting more prana in your body. So if you're stressed, two things you should do. First, you scoop the prana, breathe in. You come as high as you can, gently, slowly, and then turn your hand down and breathe out through your mouth. The slowing down the action itself will distress you. Very important how you do it. One of the best ways to activate your stress is, remember, भारत में कोई मरता है तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं? छाती ठोकते हैं. हाय राम, क्या हो गया? This is your thymus gland, which is very deep. Just by vibrating the breastbone, you vibrate the thymus gland, which releases anxiety, or also increase your immunity by activating the T cell. See how simple is it? You get double benefit from it. काम एक करते हैं हम लोग भारतीय लोग हैं. Invest कम करते हैं, profit double चाहिए हम लोग. That's what I'm trying to do. So just stop it like that. That itself will release your anxiety and things like that. But today I want to talk more about Kapal Bharti. I've done a lot of research on it. Through Kapal Bharti, I've added some movement and mudra all into one, because I want to give you maximum benefit with little effort. First, your body to be healthy, your spine needs to be straight. So if you take this mudra, take your hand all the way up, your hand touching the ears, and you do. So what's happening? You're flicking your bones, and your bone goes on top of each other, and your spine becomes straight. Very important. That's what. So what your mind thinks, body delivers. That's one. Second is, you take your right leg over the left leg, and you do the Makarasana, and you do Kapalabhati. That's where you're twisting your spine and also exercising all the organs on the opposite side. And you do the same thing with opposite leg, left side. So depending what problem you're exercising, your liver, your spleen, your pancreas, everything is exercise just by doing those two exercises. Then third is mudra. I do a lot of mudra in my pranayama. A lot of mudra. That's my expertise. Udan mudra, you take the four fingers together, rather than sitting and doing there, you put it there across there, touch your shoulder blade as you turn right. When you do Kapalabhati, you're exercising your left thoracic and your spleen automatically, and the left kidney as well. So and when you go this side, you're exercising your right thoracic and your liver and gallbladder, right kidney. So you think triple benefit up हो रहा है. काम एक कर रहे हैं, double five. So you do this way. That's one. I'm just going through the process just now. With time, you don't have enough time. Otherwise, I need 2 hours to do the whole session. Next one is, I want to reduce your pain. So usually you do Vayu Mudra. But I like to do a Vayu Kaf Nastic. Vayu Nastic dosa. Your index finger and middle finger. Put a twist. And then you keep your body still and you go. What you're doing is releasing all the air trapped in the body, anywhere at all. And that will improve your joint pain and prevention of gastric problem, any bloating, anything else will go away. Good for your digestive process and everything else. That's the second one. Once you've done that, usually when I'm teaching the local people, that's the instruction I've been given by Swamiji. Teach the yoga to local people. They can't sit for too long. Once you've done that, then I do the grinding and also the Tiskora just to break them or break the whole sitting posture. Then I go into the Pran Mudra, which is a little finger, ring finger. You don't move at all, just stay still and focus into getting maximum your prana by breathing out. Everything I do for 5 minutes. So I don't count them. I just play some music or some bhajan, what I like. When they finish, I change to next mudra. That way your mind is focused on what you're trying to, what your mind thinks, body deliver. No point doing pran mudra and saying, I'll khana dinner mein kya milne wala hai. Then you won't get the benefit. Jaisa sochoge, waisa hoga. What your mind thinks, body delivers. Very important. So we done the pran mudra. Once the energy you have gathered, use that to detox, apan mudra, which is the deer pose, and you put it there again, you're twisting right, so you're exercising all the organs, twisting all the. So this way, this will get rid of all the toxin from your body through your sweat, through the kidney function, through the bowel movement, and through breathing out. Also, it gets rid of any negative thoughts in your mind. Your mind becomes more positive. Very important. Once you've done that, like next is the what you call a daily dosage. Remember, if doctor prescribes some medicine, you take it daily. If you do this exercise daily, even if you are not ill, nothing will happen. This is called Mandukasana. You can do in Vajrasana or sitting like me in the chair, no problem. Your hands got the power. You don't have to bend down. Even if you touch your hand, if you touch your hand like on the liver, do Kapalbhati, energy goes to your liver, nothing else, nowhere else. Wherever the hand goes, power goes to there. That makes sense? If your heart problem, put in the heart, energy will go there, nowhere else. So now I'm at Mandukasana, sit in Vajrasana or Thunderbolt pose, make a tight face, put on the pantia there, and you breathe in, breathe out, go touch the floor, and then look up, that puts extra pressure on your pantia and do Kapalbhati for 40 times. Excellent. We do that for half an hour before the meal time. That way you produce more insulin, which helps to balance the sugar level and things like that. What I'm doing this now is to improve your digestive power. To improve that, you have to exercise your liver, your pancreas, your spleen, and your stomach. That's what I'm trying to do. Next, you make a tight face, put the right hand on your liver, left hand on your spleen, do the same thing, breathe in, breathe out completely, and you go down and do Kapalbhati for 40 times. That way you exercise your liver and your spleen at the same time. How clever, see? Now next thing we have to exercise your stomach. Your stomach is like a face. The more you eat, it expands. But you always want to always full, 2/3 full, 1 empty. So when the acid comes in to dissolve the food, it produces gas. You need a space for gas to be there. If space is not there, that's when you start burping and things like happen. So for this one, you put your breathe in, breathe up your left hand or right hand, and you go down again and look up and do Kapalbhati. That will release all the gases from the stomach and make the stomach stronger. If you do those exercises half an hour before, I can guarantee your digestive power will increase. You will digest the food much quicker. And last but not least, you take a hand like this and you make a tight 4 fingers together and put the thumb on the top, pressure on it. What happens? Your left hand is your hot, right hand is the hot side. This presses your liver, pancreas, kidney, adrenal glands. You're exercising all those at the same time. Left hand, heart, pancreas, kidney, adrenal gland. So just by doing this, you are producing more insulin, more energy in your body, improving your kidney function, everything else. See how simple. 20 times before you eat, go for dinner or meal time. Excellent. See how simple it is. That's the daily dosage. If you do that daily, I can guarantee your digestive power increase. Now next is people do Surya Mudra for losing weight. But I do the Kaph Nastic Dosa. Kaph Nastic Dosa. You take the little finger and the ring finger, put a base of fire and press it. That increases your pitta, so your liver function increases, lowers the cholesterol, everything else, and increase your kapha, reduce your kapha. So your weight goes down. You become more like very nice and slim. The way you want to be, everybody wants to be nice and slim. So just putting their pressure and do Kapalbhati again. Just by doing this, exercising liver, pancreas, spleen, everything at the same time as well. See how simple it is. Just a bit of movement gives you that kind of extra oomph on what you're trying to achieve. And last but not least, a lot of people do Ling Mudra for low blood pressure and the Surya and Apan Vayu Mudra for high blood pressure. You always do it, but the problem is, I have high blood pressure, but I still do the Ling Mudra. What your mind thinks, body delivers. I'm going to do this to heat my body up and remove mucus from body. So I don't, for COVID-19, I have to make sure I don't have any cough, any nice sinus problem, things like that. So I do that for So, and people with low blood pressure do the Panvayu Mudra. Why? To make the lung stronger. So when you climb stair, going out of breath. What your mind thinks, body delivers. It won't hurt. What? So sometimes people talk about mudra, it's mudra ka ye fayda. They give you 10 different benefits. Then mind gets confused, nothing happens. Mind has to be focused, what you're trying to achieve. So when I'm next to do the risk assessment, my case, I have a high blood pressure, so I do a Panvayu Mudra to lower my blood pressure. And people who have low blood pressure, we do the Ling Mudra, depending which way you are. So let's do that for that's the last round. So that's the whole round of Kapalbhati. Kapalbhati is a complete exercise. It's like a Sanjivani. Person who does a Kapalbhati, no lakh bar, no many mein karega. No many mein bacha paida hota hai, child is born. If you do that much, every single cell in the body will regenerate, and any illness you have will go away. Guaranteed. Otherwise money back. Whatever you pay, you'll get it back.
So Samji, you have to do all of these together?
Yes, it's a package of prevention. This is a package of prevention. But when you have certain symptoms, then you do different mudra. I can change the package to suit yourself.
Right, understand.
All my services are free. There's no money involved. So I don't pay anything back if something goes wrong.
Wow. Oh, that's amazing. This is so good. And it's so simple as well. Everybody should be able to do this. There's no excuse, right? Except just do it. That's all it is.
Last thing is very important just now. If I have still time, 5 minutes?
Yes, please share. Please, yes.
One of the very important thing I was researching, nitric oxide. A lot of people in the hospital, they're not promoting it for some reason. But nitric oxide is used in hospital for mouth cancer. They use for CPOD. Also, they use for young baby when they're born with the heart, lungs not expanded. So they give nitric oxide mixed with oxygen to make them breathe properly. What is nitric oxide? It's like a bubble. When you take a straw in the soapy water, you blow it, bubble comes out, it bursts. That's when nitric oxide is slow, short life. So when you go in the lung, it opens up the lung with a burst and you can breathe properly. And same thing with what happens in the blood vessel. When it blows, opens up the blood vessel, it dilates the blood vessel, the blood pressure goes down. And it makes the blood less sticky, you don't have a plaque forming. And also helps to absorb more oxygen into your cell to give you more stamina. That's why people do cycling or do marathon run. They take nitric oxide drink, mix with drink half an hour before, and drink it to give them more stamina to go fast and all that. So
right. Really, so is this purifying the blood, did you say? So is it about also purifying the blood?
Nitric oxide is produced by certain food, but you don't use mouthwash. If you use mouthwash, put the mouthwash in the sink. Because mouthwash will kill the bacteria which produces mixed with green vegetable or beetroot or something to produce nitric oxide. Right. Body mixed with oxygen produce nitric oxide. But nitric oxide is very short life. It sits in the blood vessel. Then go in the flow. Try to make a flow. So for that you have to do certain exercise. 5-4 exercise around the heart to make sure it goes, forces is to go into the blood, and that will dilate the blood vessel. And also the first thing we'll do is COVID-19. You can kill COVID-19 cell as well if you do it properly. You have to produce. So once you do humming sound through the nasal passage, you produce 30% more nitric oxide. So if you take the palm of your hand, cover your eardrum like this, put your tongue against the teeth, and do a humming sound for 3 times. Just by doing this, you're getting more vibration in the nasal passage, which produces 30% more nitric oxide. So any virus which goes to your nasal passage, it will kill it or weaken it. So when it goes inside, your antibody can fight better, and you don't have the effect of COVID-19. You might have COVID-19, but the effect will be very little because you already weaken it. Virus is almost there. I had COVID-19 when I went to treat somebody with prostate cancer, but then my oxygen level was only 99. Never went down because what I'm doing, what I'm eating Ayurvedic herbs and things like that made my lung still stronger. Only thing I had the muscle pain. So all my family are doctor. So I just took 5 Sundays paracetamol morning and evening, and within a couple of days I was back to normal. So that's I know everything I'm doing it myself in daily life as well. And next is nitric oxide, blow out exercise, very important one, which I'll just show you, demonstrate it. You don't need to do it. Just watch me. All you do is exercising your lung thing. So first you go 20 times. You do this exercise, you're making the blood, nitric oxide flow into the blood automatically. That's one. Second is dead man walk, nothing moves, just move your hand like that. And the third one is start jump without like that. And the fourth one is like a beach ball, take all the way up. If you do those 4 exercises 20 times each for 3 times, I can guarantee any nitric oxide you have in the body, in the blood vessel, if you move into with the blood and dilate the blood vessel and make the less plaque and also gives you more stamina. That's what you have to do on a daily basis.
Wow, that is amazing. And Samji, also I wanted to ask as well, because nowadays, people speak a lot about these telephone Wi-Fis and energy frequencies, which affect your body and your cells as well. They destroy and, what kind of things can you do to prevent all this? Would this Kapalbhati help to prevent those kinds of
It's like it's like a toxin. If you take toxin, how can you get rid of it? All I'm saying is make sure you put the mobile, don't charge the mobile next to your bed, put it far away. Also try to talk, don't have a phone next to your headache, otherwise you'll get headache as well. They all affect you. Energy all around us. And also all the different rays and different things. So really, yoga you can't defend it. It's like if it goes through, it can travel through anything, energy to your body. Nobody can protect it. You can't put a lead jacket on that nothing can come through you. You can't do that. So really, you have to kind of make a second best choice of kind of eliminating certain risk factors, do a risk assessment and try to do something to make sure you prevent happening it. Certain things not under your control because you have a mass flying everywhere else as well. They are sending a lot of signal as well, which is affecting you as well. It's like people who live next to the main road, they tend to have arthritis. People's houses are next to the main road because building is shaking, they don't know it, but that's why they get easily arthritis. So, but they can't do much about it. But that's the part of the system they are in, kind of idea.
Absolutely. So you just need to make some lifestyle choices to help for risk management as well. One final question I just wanted to say, of course, you yourself, we have wonderful guests. I just wanted to share this with our Healing Our Earth members as well. That you're, of course, part of Patanjali Yoga Peeth. And you've been mentored and guided by Swami Ramdev ji as well. Can you tell us a little bit about the Patanjali Yoga Peeth? Is it an organization? Is it something that people can learn, get more information from? What is the organization?
The whole organization based in India, Haridwar. Obviously, Swamiji and Balkin ji, who is Ayurvedic doctor. He's not a doctor, but he's an Ayurvedic expert. He knows all the plant and things like that. That's where I got most of my training from them anyway, from those two like they are my guru kind of idea. And obviously in UK, Swamiji came first time in 2006. My wife was going through a lot of health problems. She had, she was taking 12 different tablets to GP. And then we met Swamiji and she attended six classes, his classes, and she lost 35 kilo in 6 months. And also, we went to doctor took all the medicine off her. You don't need anything, even Thoratin tablet came off and off. Then I thought this is good charity to work for. And that's why I got involved with it. And then my wife became the trustee for UK and charity, and they registered in Scotland and England as well. And also Swamiji made me the international yoga teacher. I'm not trying to promote, it's not promoting me. I'm just I'm small shoulder just doing my best and to promote health.
Yes. No, but I also have to say thank you very much to Sunita Podarji as well. Because of her, we've been able to get a wonderful gentleman like you, to be full of this knowledge as well. And of course, Ramdev ji and other wonderful gurus, who are sharing this amazing, amazing knowledge with the world.
Well, one thing I'll tell you, I have my expertise. I saw the gap in mudra and acupressure. And that's where my expertise is. I can diagnose you endless by pressing your hand. I went to cancer hospital. There was 40 patients with cancer. By pressing the hand, I could tell which cancer they had.
Really? By just holding the hand?
And then pressing the certain point of the organ in your hand. And then you use that to fit people and tell them this organ is not working. Better do something about it. Otherwise, you will have problem afterwards.
Wow. So I've heard something about takes 10 years to study how to... is it the blood? Is it?
No. That's why you pit and kapha. That's different thing. I'm talking about pressure point. Pressure point. I can press thorax. I can press the pancreas. Your breast point. I can tell you I could tell which breast the cancer is there if somebody had cancer.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Samji, we have to keep this beautiful knowledge alive and pass it on to future generations.
That's why I do. When I go to training, I teach each people individually. You don't need me. They can do it themselves. It's a part of a learning curve, that's all. Like doing the art is doing that. excellently. I can't say, what can I say? You know, they're doing such a good job. All of you, it's a good team you have, you know.
Yes, no, we're really looking forward to, I'm sure we'll be hearing more from you, Samji. You've taught us such amazing Kapalbhati, exercises. And I just wanted to say that keep up the great work, because I know that the organization Patanjali Yogpitha is doing a really great job. And they have, people like yourself who are heading. So well done. And we'll be here to support you always, because you're doing such great work from Healing Our Earth. Samji, thank you very much for joining us here today. I know we're moving all the way to Canada now to go to Uma Balaji, who's going to be now sharing her wonderful tips, techniques, and knowledge with the rest of the world. And before then, let's give us a little bit of an introduction about dear Umaji. Now, Umaji is going to be sharing with us a little bit about pranayama and micro exercises for health benefits. Uma Bala is a national yoga teachers coordinator from Toronto, Canada, and has personally experienced many benefits that yoga pranayama, which is based on Swami Ramdevji's teachings, provides. She feels more energetic and alert throughout the day, and thereby days are more efficient, effective, and productive. This new way of healthy living has been a life-changing experience, and since 2007, she has graciously volunteered many hours of her experience. And since I would say also for teaching others, and this is mainly to do with controlled breathing techniques, which are very, very powerful. Uma has also instructed many free yoga classes and conducted several interactive power of breath workshops throughout North America. And she has also helped to assist yoga teachers level 1 training to train hundreds of yoga instructors in GTA across Canada. Uma has served as a member of fundraising committee for different charities too. So we have a very, very wonderful, kind soul with us here. Now, teaching and practicing these powerful breathing techniques have been very rewarding and a healthy experience for her. And Umaji, along with her husband Gagan, is promoting good health and wellness to the Canadians and humanity at large by joining Yogi Shri Swami Ramdev Maharajji's huge vision of good health is human beings' birthright. What a powerful statement that is as well. A big global namaste and a warm global namaste, Umaji.
You muted. Unmute yourself, Umaji. Can you unmute? If you look at the bottom left, thank you.
Just need to press the mute button. The mic.
If you look at the bottom, of the screen, you've got a mute and a start video. On the mute, if you just look at the arrow and unmute, thank you. I'm prompting you, here I am. That's a prompt to you. Just press this, please. If you can hear us, can you wave? Can you wave your hand if you can hear us? Yes. Now, if you look at your screen, on the bottom left, we have got mute and a start video. So if you go to the sound where the microphone shows, and if you could kindly unmute yourself. It's on the bottom of your Zoom screen. Can you see the prompt asking you to unmute? You need to unmute your microphone, please, so we can hear you. It's a button that you will click on your left. Okay, honey, you keep on
Yes.
talking. I'll be back with
Yes, let me remind our Healing Our Earth viewers that we are live on many channel media partners online throughout the world. So we just want to thank all our partners who always support the Healing Our Earth events by sharing this wonderful knowledge with more audience members around the world. So thank you to all our supporters. Thank you also to our hosting team members and our family members here at Healing Our Earth, each and every single one of them who volunteers their time, their efforts, their skills, their experience, and their talents as well to help to bring this information across to the world. We have some amazing guests and contributors who I also wanted to say thank you to, because without them, we cannot get this wonderful information out to the world and at the same time be able to transform lives positively. And the aim is, of course, to bring joy and health and wellness to the world. And of course, share knowledge and information that can help to enhance and make this world a better place. Our work has always been aimed to contribute. It started, by the way, just in case our audience members do not know, it was started by Neil Kumar's vision to help support communities when we were in the COVID lockdowns, when people were staying home all the time. We decided to have these online weekly sessions where people can come together, share knowledge with each other, because at that time we weren't allowed, or it wasn't good to come together collectively. So that's how the online events started. But thanks to your love, to your support and encouragement, we have continued over and over again on a weekly basis, continuously bringing you special guests from around the world and special Healing Our Earth family members from around the world to support and to continue growing as a family. I love one thing that Samji mentioned just now, our special guest. I think he's a very, very wise gentleman, and I love the knowledge that he has, that he shared. I think that if we can watch these programs, that's fantastic, because you can put the seed in your mind. But if you can actually take action with some of this knowledge that is being passed on to you, you will find there's huge changes will take place in your life. I've learned one thing from my Guruji, and my Guruji always says that if you make 1 degree change in your life, that 1 degree in 5 years' time will be like a 20 degrees or something. It'll be many degrees. Your life will change in a much better way by making that little change. If you, for example, stopped eating sugar, you may think, oh, it's just not eating sugar. But in 5 years' time, not eating sugar means that you will be a much healthier person. So in the same way, I'm sure that the message that we are trying to share with the audiences and our Healing Our Earth members who are watching right now is listen to this wonderful information and try to implement this, and by taking action. Because only by taking action, you'll be able to see the kind of changes that are taking place. Each and every single expert who has joined us today, each and every single contributor who's spent years and years of collecting this information, learning, studying, going on courses and gaining qualifications, they are sharing this amazing knowledge in a nutshell for you within half an hour or 45 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever time it is. They're giving you little nutshells of this really amazing knowledge and wisdom. So I just wanted to perhaps request the rest of our audience members, try implementing some of this knowledge that's coming through to you, that you're listening to. I hear of many people who have perhaps diabetes, or we have various issues, but we continuously do things that we know are not good for our health. Why not implement some of the things which are very good for your health? So that's what I would say. Very shortly, we will have Umaji joining us. We're having a little technical issue there, but it'll give me a chance to maybe bring Samji forward again. I wonder if Neilji, is it possible to bring Samji forward so we could perhaps ask him a few more questions about his Kapalabhati exercises? Okay, so perhaps we're having a little technical issue there. Samji, we can still hear you. If you would like to unmute yourself and maybe answer a couple of my questions, it would be fantastic.
Okay, it's unmuted.
Unmute. Oh, wonderful, Samji. So whilst we're sorting out Umaji, I just want to ask.
Honey, just one moment. We've got the sound now.
Okay, no problem. Okay, Samji, thank you so much. Yes, Umaji, we can hear you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Samji, you brought a bit of energy with you. You even got the sound started with your special energy, right? Your prana energy. Thank you, Samji. Thank you for joining us again. Let's move down to Umaji. So Umaji, thank you very much. We always have a few little issues here, and I can see these gorgeous photographs behind you as well of Guruji. Now, Umaji, today you're going to be sharing some information about pranayama. Can you tell us what would you like to share? What do you have in line for us today?
First thing, thank you for inviting me to join International Yoga Day. And as we are getting into aging, we are not good at computers, and so it's sorry for the delay. Today I'm going to bring the pranayama, which is our breathing exercises for all, and I'm not going to go through that because Shravanji before me, he explained very well, and he gave all the benefit from it, why we should do it, how much we should do it, and when we should do it. So I'm just going to go right to the session. So we're going to be practicing some breathing exercises, and then in between breathing exercise, some micro exercises, which everyone can do from child 5-year-old to 100-year-old person. And the breathing exercises can be done sitting on the floor like I'm sitting, or person who cannot sit on the floor, they can sit on the chair and practice. And some people who are very ill, they cannot sit on the chair, they can practice on their bed lying and practicing.
Oh, that's wonderful. So it's for everybody. So everybody can get a chance to try this out. And so wonderful. Well, I'm going to leave the presentation to you, Umaji. So please go ahead and go through, and I'll sit here and do my exercises too whilst you're doing this.
Okay. So I just want to ask before I start, how much time do I have?
We have 20 minutes. So yes, we have 20 minutes. Thank you.
I have to make sure we are in time zone,
Yes, thank you very much.
So I'm going to start my session. So whoever joining us, we can just sit comfortably, folded leg, and the sitting on the floor, sitting on the chair, hands on your Gyan Mudra, first finger and thumb touching together. And before we start our session, we always chant Om 3 times. Is very important to connecting with your body, mind, and your breath. So eyes are closed, nice smile on your face, because smile is very important. So big smile, and let's chant Om 3 times. Taking a deep breath in. Now we're going to practice our first breathing exercise. It's called Bhastrika Pranayama. So we're going to take a deep breath in and out. Inhaling and exhaling. All breathing exercise will be done by nostril breathing, no mouth breathing. So we're inhaling 2.5 seconds to inhale and 2.5 seconds to exhale. So this pranayama, everyone should practice about 5 to 10 minutes every day. While we are practicing pranayama, we have to make sure your spine is straight. So very important when we practice breathing exercises. So you're sitting comfortably, the spine is straight. and breathing in and breathe out. If you are sitting on the chair, make sure please your chair is flat from the back, so your spine is straight. If you are sitting on the floor, then you can use a wall and breathe in and breathe out, because making sure your spine is nice and straight. So this pranayama you must practice for 5 to 10 minutes. So, but we have 20 minutes. I'm just going to do 2 to 3 minutes of demo. So just breathing in and breathe out. For beginners, 2.5 seconds to inhale and 2.5 seconds to exhale. Some might going to say, like, how I know I'm doing it 2.5 seconds to inhale and 2.5 seconds to exhale. You can, in your mind, you can count the numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, inhale, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, exhale. Or you can breathe in Om in your mind and breathe out Om. So this way you are focused. So inhaling and exhaling. Inhaling and exhaling. So this is our Bhastrika Pranayama. And between each breathing exercise, we'll do some micro exercise. So I'm going to do some leg micro exercises, because some of the beginner students, they are not used to sitting completely for 1 hour and practicing breathing exercise. But if you are practicing every day for many years and you are comfortable sitting without in between micro exercise, you can continuously practice all pranayama session and then you can do the micro exercise. But today we are celebrating International Yoga Day. So we have a lot of new and old people. Some are the first time joiner. So we're going to do in between some micro exercises. The micro exercise, first we're going to do fingers. So feet straight out and just squeeze in. This exercise can be done 10, 20, 50 times. And when make sure we are breathing in and breathe out. And squeeze and breathe out, squeeze and breathe out. And then ankle. These are excellent exercises for all the joint in the body. So first, front. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then circle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then again, clockwise, anti-clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Little tapping, because we need to have a nice exercise for your calf muscle. So just tapping like this. Then we're going to do butterfly. Butterfly is a very good exercise for your knees, for your thigh, buttocks, and hips. And you can just simply breathing in and breathe out. Just flipping butterfly, just simply inhaling and exhaling and doing this butterfly. Again, butterfly can be done 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, depends on times, your schedule. But we always say you start each pranayama 5 minutes and gradually you increase every week. And now we're going to do Kapalbhati. Kapalbhati is a little harder pranayama, which is Shravanji just explained. All the organs are getting exercise when we are doing Kapalbhati. And plus we are sitting in Apan Mudra, 2 middle finger and thumb touching together. So we are removing the toxins from our body. So simply exhaling out. So 1 second, 1 stroke. And for making sure you are doing correctly, the good way to see how you are doing, keeping your right hand on your tummy, left hand under your nostril in your face. So when you do exhale, so what happens? Your tummy goes in, you feel the air on your palm. So this is the way you can see you are doing correctly. And then when you're doing Kapalbhati, make sure your upper abdominal and lower abdominal going in. Because a lot of time when we do, some students do Kapalbhati, they are moving only upper abdominal, or some are doing lower abdominal. So you can make your palm straight open here like this. Keep it where we have our bones or joint here. on your lungs, and then you just keeping your hand. So lower abdominal, upper abdominal is moving. And make sure you have a nice smile on your face while you're practicing. While doing yoga, you always have nice smile on your face and happy thought in your mind. If you suffer from any health issues, you can keep repeating those affirmation in your mind. I'm getting healthy, I'm getting better, I'm happy, and my toxins are removing. So just thinking positive thoughts while you are practicing pranayama. So this is our Kapalbhati pranayam. Kapalbhati pranayam everyone can practice, except pregnant ladies should not practice this pranayam. People have any abdominal surgeries, they should not practice for this pranayam for 6 months. If any ladies had a baby, they have a C-section, they have to wait for again 4 to 6 months to practice this pranayam. Other than everyone can practice. If you have any back problem, and so make sure you are doing slowly. So there are 3 speeds of Kapalbhati you can practice. One is very fast, then medium, and very slow. But we are today practicing in the medium speed. Just 1 second, 1 stroke. So this is our Kapalbhati pranayam. And this pranayam from healthy person about 15 minutes a day. And people have a chronic health problem, they should practice from 30 to 40 to 55 minutes to 1 hour, especially people who have chronic diseases, they have to practice 1 hour. But if you are joining going to the yoga classes, yoga centers, the teachers will guide you, because each for a person is a different with the different issues. Everybody has a different problem, so they will guide them according to their health issues. But if you are healthy, young, no problem, 15 minutes a day. And this pranayama must be practiced with empty stomach. And best time is in the morning to do your yoga. But if you cannot do it yoga in the morning, then you can practice in the evening before your dinner. If you're taking any medication in the morning, you have to eat food. Please take the food and then wait for 15 to 20 minutes, and then you can practice. So this was our second pranayam. Now we're going to do another micro exercise. We'll do some hand exercises. So breathing in and breathe out. These are very good exercises for your fingers. As we know, today's world is all about fingers in the computer areas typing. So these are best exercises from children to young to old, because we are using these days all these thumbs and fingers to do all our work. So this, when you're doing, make sure you're breathing in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Again, 10 to 20, 30, whatever time you have. Then thumb goes in, make a fist and circle. These are wrist exercises. Simple and easy, everyone can do, but make sure we are breathing. Then hands on the shoulder, and these are shoulder exercises, because again, a lot of people, they do work sitting on the chair all day. And so these exercises you can practice in between your break on your work. So at home, at work, everybody is this good for the shoulders, hands up in the air, pulling up and pull back. These are nice side stretches, breathing in and breathe out. And then interlock your hand behind the head, pushing, palm pushing to the head pushing to the palm. Just open your shoulders back and the shoulder blades are touching. There's a nice stretch and release, stretch and release. So you are getting your stretch on your back and plus head, side temples, breathing in and out, sideways These are very good because these days everybody's stress, depression, anxiety, a lot of tension. And so these exercises makes you relax. They look very simple, but very beneficial. Hands on your knee and just rotating your shoulder, loving yourself. Now we're going to do our third exercise, pranayama, is Anulom Vilom. Again, Anulom Vilom, these are our mudras, 2 middle finger and thumb. And always we start from our closing our right nostril and breathing from the left and breathe out from the right. Then breathing from the right and breathe out from the left. So these are alternate nostril breathing, Anulom Vilom. The other hand can be sit in a Vayu Mudra. If you have aches and pain, then Vayu Mudra, then Vayu Apan Mudra. If anyone suffer from high blood pressure, they can use this mudra while you are practicing Anulom Vilom. Anulom Vilom, when you are practicing, make sure your hand is not underneath, just hand is up here. If you can keep your hand here, it's okay. But if you can, just keep it on the side, but just you can move your wrist like this and this. Because a lot of people have shoulder problem. They cannot keep their hand up here. They can just slowly bring down here and practice. If you have any issues, you can take your left hand, put your elbow on your palm and practice this way. So there are a lot of variation. We can practice. There is no excuse. You can say, oh, I can do this, I can do that. As a human nature, we are very good in making excuses not to do it, but we have a solution for that. If you cannot sit and practice, you can lie down and practice. So there is a lot of variation and a lot of solution for practicing. Only thing, you need to take time out and do it. And you have to understand you are doing it for yourself. As Shravanji says and our Swamiji says, good health is human birthright. So we have a right to be healthy. And now we have all kinds of tools are available where we can just put little extra effort and make it a benefit for ourselves. So this is our Anulom Vilom Pranayama. Now we're going to do another micro exercise. It's very good for our waistline. So simply open your legs like this, sitting straight as wide as you can, and open your arms and touching your toes like this. Make sure you are breathing. So this is a very good exercise for everyone. Breathing in and breathe out. When your hand goes back, look back. So your neck exercise is happening. So this is a one exercise. Second, it's grinding. Again, is very good for our abdominal. Hands up and elbows are straight and just breathing in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. So if you have a back problem, please don't go back and forward. Just do this small, like this. Like this. If you are healthy, then all the way forward and all the way back, like this. Breathe in and breathe out. So when we do this exercise, we are getting crunches on your stomach. So we are losing excess weight on our tummy. Of course, we need to watch our diet, what we eat. The pranayama and the exercises are the solution for the problem. But while doing only pranayama and exercising, you will get the benefit. But in between that, you have to have your management of your diet, what kind of food you are eating, how much water you are drinking, you have to, how big your portion of your food is. So those things you have to, we have to do it all together. So exercise, diet, drinking, water drinking, how much you are drinking, sleep, and meditation, these all things goes together. So we have like a package where we teach people to how much they need to do, how much time, everything we share with them, and that's why they practice at home. Now what we're going to do, we're going to do this 3 pranayam goes together: Brahmri, Udgit, and Pranav pranayam. Brahmri means bumblebee pranayam. What we do, first finger goes over your eyes, 3 fingers on your eye, and we are not putting any pressure on your eyes, just gently touching the bridge of your nose, and the ears are plugged with a thumb. If any ladies have a long nail, make sure you are we have a little lid here, you just press that so you don't get hurt. So we're going to practice 5 times Brahmari pranayam, 5 times Udgit pranayam, chanting Om, and then 2 minutes of silent breathing. So first finger over your eyebrows, 3 fingers on eye, and we're going to deep breathing, and it will be humming noise like a bumblebee. After doing Brahmari pranayam, please keep your eyes closed. Bring your hand down on your knee in a Gyan Mudra, and we're going to chant Om 5 times. After chanting Om 5 times, the last pranayam is Pranav pranayam, silent breathing. This pranayam, you can sit 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, depend how much time you have. Now you're going to keep your eyes closed, raise your hand gently up in the air, rub together. put that energy on your face. And that energy you can rub on your face, to your throat, to your chest, your abdominal, all the way down to your feet, your arms, and then slowly you can open your eyes and keeping your hand out. Imagine you have a 2 stone in your hand, and we're going to breathe in and just squeeze and release. Breathe in, squeeze and release. Breathe in, squeeze and release, and just give a shake. And this is the way we are going to end our session. And gently you can, if you like to stretch your leg, you can do that, and continues your practicing. So before I end my session, I just like to thank Sunita ji, Shravan ji, Sohal ji, and all UK team to let me come in and join with you to celebrate International Yoga Day. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And thank you for delay. And if anybody has any question, I'll be happy to answer. And now you can, forward.
Oh, Umaji, that was so wonderful. That was so nice. Such wonderful exercises. And the great thing is everybody can do those.
Yes.
Health. And I love, because part of the Patanjali teaching is the fact that everyone has the right to health.
Yes.
And everybody, we should be enjoying health. Is there any message you could give to the world right now who are watching, and all the audience members who are watching, about how important it is to include some kind of yoga practice within their daily life?
I can tell my own experience as, Shravanji was mentioning about the Sunita ji, how many health issues she has and how much benefit she got. And the same thing, 2007, I joined Swamiji, and I had a lot of health benefit. If I was not doing yoga, I don't think so I will be sitting here and talking to you. I can tell you that. I will be gone and my picture will be hanging behind the wall.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Did you have a lot of health problems that you also dealt with through your yoga?
Yeah. I had this long list of my health problems, and I was very young, and it's a coincidence what happened. One of my friends, how I joined the Swamiji. I read Swamiji in the newspaper and media, and she came and she said, oh, there is one Swamiji in India, because we talked about the health. And she said, oh, there is one Swamiji in India. I know if you do his yoga, you get benefit from diabetes to weight loss to the blood pressure. And I said, oh, I have to find it, And then we found the Swami. We went to the store, bought Swamiji's video, and I brought it home. And I started doing, because I was trying everything, Weight Watchers, diet programs, Jenny Craig's, slim fat diet, everything I'm doing it. Whatever is there, you can do, except taking some injections. I said, I'm scared of it, so I didn't took. I brought a tape. I started doing all both son, my husband start saying, this is mommy's another program for getting a benefit. And the first benefit I got, in 2-3 months, I lost 14-pound weight without doing any effort of it. Suddenly I started seeing
you just did exercises? That's it?
I used to drop my children to the school, come home, put Swamiji's video, and I will just practice with Swamiji. And so first benefit I got, suddenly I start seeing, because I'm so scared, I was almost getting 200 pounds. I was 198. And I was so scared to stand on the scale. I didn't want it to be 200, And so first benefit I got, I started losing weight. And I could see my pants, I can put finger in there. And I said, wow. And then Swamiji came 2007. We attended his Yoga Shiva in New York. And after that, I started. So now today, I have lots of benefits from the practicing yoga. And I had diabetes, blood pressure, cholesterol, weight problem, thyroid problem, depression, anxiety, everything. That's why I'm saying it's a long list of problem I had. And today, God's grace, thank you for, I thank Swamiji. He coming to my life at the right time. He came and he saved me. And
that's a fantastic, there's a real life example here that we are saying, and so many, there must be thousands and thousands of other people like yourself, because as you mentioned, because Sunita ji is, everybody has been having this positive experience by trying yoga on a regular basis. So all our Healing Our Earth members who are watching right now, this isn't just a yoga session, this is literally life transforming information that's being shared by these wonderful practitioners and specialists and experts. And Umaji, we just wanted to say, thank you so much for joining us all the way from Canada. We loved your exercises. Sorry we had to cut things short. I know that, of course, Samji as well, and all of you are part of this wonderful team who have been inspired by the work of Ramdev ji and all the wonderful work he's doing. And we as well are very inspired by him.
Oh, because you young generation, you bring us there to put it, and we are just there too. So I really thank you. And last and least, I'm going to say, please do practice yoga every single day, make part of your life. And we are the survivor from the COVID, 2 years, we were all locked down and everything, but we never gave up. And we keep practicing, and we all figured out when we went to this pandemic for 2 years, what was the important part was it? Oxygen. And so if you practice yoga every day, you don't need to. We know our people everywhere in the world, they paid thousands of dollars and rupees to buy the oxygen tank. Swamiji says God gave us a 2-cylinder, our nostrils, so keep using those.
Yeah, 2 cylinders, I love that. I can just imagine it in my head, like 2 cylinders, saying, why are you not using your own cylinders, right? Want to get everything from outside. And actually, this is so true, because our body, it's magical. It's magical. Yeah. You cut your finger and suddenly somehow within a day or two your skin gets healed again. So your body has a natural system written. Yes. You just have to activate it, you have to strengthen it, and you have to bring it out. And of course, with our daily lifestyle nowadays, it tends to bring down our immune system and our prana, as we say, our life force. So we have to raise the vibrations again to generate. So absolutely right. Umaji, thank you so much for your time. We would like to say from all of us here from Healing Our Earth, thank you for joining us here today. We are now actually going all the way from Canada to Japan.
Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And happy Yoga Day, International Yoga Day.
International Yoga Day, and happy Father's Day to everyone today.
Absolutely, absolutely. All the wonderful fathers out there, and the father of yoga, Patanjali ji, as well. From all of us, we should be honoring him as well for all the wonderful work he's been doing. So we now move on to Japan. And Japan, we have a really, really amazing, very talented and very knowledgeable young man called Ashutosh Singh. He's going to be sharing with us a little bit about the yoga culture in Japan. Now, Ashutosh is devoted to spread the knowledge of yoga in Japan by the blessings and inspiration of Swami Ramdev ji as well. And of course, Swami Ramdev ji Maharaj, we should be saying, because he's been doing such amazing work. Everyone around the world has been absolutely in awe about this one gentleman who's like the father of yoga at the moment, at this day and age. Now, Ashutosh conducts regular yoga sessions for different types of people, teaches yoga teachers to improve their yoga skills, and also is an examiner for yoga certification by Ministry of Ayush, which is provided by Government of India in Japan. He worked in Japanese corporate in various domains and positions, so which is great. So he understood how the corporate world works. And yoga is a part of his culture, and it's a way of life for him. He believes yoga transcends age, culture, and unites the world, which is very true because it helps to bring the mind, body, soul together, helps to create inner peace. And without inner peace, we cannot have outer peace. And Ashutosh's philosophy is not only to improve overall health and well-being of oneself, and of course the society, but also to introduce the true essence of yoga, which has been practiced in Bharat, which is of course it's a mother of yoga, where a mother of spirituality, I would say, from the whole world, India is. And through ancient times, which really emphasizes yoga as a way of life. So it's not about technique, it's not about just knowledge, it's literally about a way of life. So we're very proud to introduce to you Ashutosh Singh.
Thank you, Haniji, for this wonderful introduction. Global Namaste to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. At first, I would like to convey my greetings to all our gurus. Thank you to all the gurus. Because of you, we are able to follow this yogic lifestyle and able to share this small experience in front of you. And I am very, very thankful to our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Because of him, we are together here and celebrating International Day of Yoga. I thank you to all the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share some of the knowledge, some of the experiences which I have gained in Japan. My name is Ashutosh Singh, Chief Seva Officer, Founder and Representative of Patanjali Japan Foundation. Today, I will share about the culture of yoga in Japan. So, we'll talk about it and we'll also practice some of the pranayama together. So, first of all, let's relax our body and we'll do multitasking while listening and while doing some pranayama. First of all, relax our body and join your soul together and try to do this butterfly pose, or we can say Sukshma Vyayam. Back straight, shoulder relax. In this 20-25 minutes, we will do some pranayam. Pranayam means pranayam. We are giving direction to our pran, the life force. Some people call it breathing exercise, breathing techniques. It's one of the important part of yoga. And we will also share the culture of yoga in Japan. It might be very interesting for you to listen, and all the experience which I am going to share is my own experience, and I have heard from many different people, including people working in corporate, yoga teachers, yoga practitioners, and many different books. Hi. Okay. So we will inhale and exhale from our nose. Always inhale and exhale from our nose until specifically told to inhale or exhale from the mouth. Hi. Okay. Relax, sit in Sukhasana. You can sit in Sukhasana, this asana also, and Ardha Padmasana also, Siddhasana also, whichever position you are comfortable in. Sit straight, back straight, shoulder relax. Do not force, normal breathing. Always inhale and exhale from nose. We'll start with Kapalbhati. Kapalbhati is a Shatkarma, one of the Shatkarma, and we practice it as a pranayama also. Forceful exhalation. If you are already have lunch or dinner or your meal, please avoid for 2 to 4 hours depending on amount of meal you have taken. For high blood pressure and cardiac problem people, please avoid it. Others, let's practice Kapalbhati. Forceful exhalation, we exhale from our nose and force our stomach inside, our belly inside, something like this. Something like this, inhale and exhale from nose. Forceful exhalation and inhalation is very natural. You don't need to inhale, inhale will come automatically. Like this. Let's try 10 times, 20 times, 30 times within your own speed, own pace. Continue with your own pace, own speed. If you're tired, take a rest. Do 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times, 60 times, 100 times. After 100 times, relax, take a gap of few seconds, 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, and then continue. While doing Kapalbhati, I would like to share some of the journey or culture of yoga in Japan. Yoga in Japan came at the time of Buddhism, when Bodhidharman started his journey from our country and moved towards the east. He went to China, and from China he spread the knowledge of yoga and other martial arts including Kung Fu. Then it came towards east, and via Korea it came to Japan. For Japanese people, India, the name of India is Tenjiku. In Japanese, heaven is called Tengoku, and Tenjiku is in the path of Tengoku. So on the path of heaven, that is the name of India, Tenjiku. There are some of important incident or important timeline which I would like to share with you, which happened in Japan about yoga, to give a bigger picture about yoga culture in Japan. Please continue doing Kapalbhati also. While doing Kapalbhati, let's start this discussion. So we have important era in Japan also called Jidai. Some of the important Jidai are Asuka Jidai, Asuka era in 1645 AD, starting from 1645 AD, then Nara era, Nara period, then Heian period, then Kamakura period and Edo period, Edo Jidai. These are very important era or important periods in Japan. Edo era was in 1615, around 1615 it started, and many different emperors came and they changed the era. After Edo era, that was up to Edo era, this yogic culture was the part of Japanese culture, and they introduced this Zen. So many of us knows about Zen meditation, like that. So that Zen is coming from Dhyan. So Dhyan became Zhan in Chinese, maybe some other pronunciation, and then it became Zen in Japanese. So Zen in Japanese is one of the part of yoga, that is Dhyan. That is very interesting to know. And until this Edo Jidai, Edo period, this Zen meditation and yogic lifestyle was one of the important part of Japanese culture. Now came Meiji Jidai, which started in around 1868. around 1868, Meiji Jidai came, and you know this era, just think about that era. It was era of colonization and more of power grabbing by different countries to different countries. And Meiji Jidai, they abolished this samurai culture and they came up with the constitution. And from there, this modernization started. And there was very big war also happened in Ueno Park in Tokyo. So there was the fight between new era and old era. And that was the drastic change which happened in Meiji Jidai. And from that time, railway tracks were built and many army was built and many modernization techniques like architecture and everything came to Japan. From that time, this yogic lifestyle was disappeared slowly, and that is very interesting thing. Yogic lifestyle, this Zen meditation and this thing was disappeared slowly. And then Showa period came. Showa period in 1920, 1920s, maybe 1925, 26. And after that, you know, this World War I happened and then World War II also happened. And Japan was, we all know what happened in World War II. And after going this downfall, Japan focused on this, the upliftment of their country. And everyone, all people in Japan, they focused on the development of the country. And there was no army, and army contract was given to America, and Japan only focused on development. And that is the time when everything, this yogic culture, yogic lifestyle and everything was just vanished from this country. So now you imagine after World War II, 1945 until 1990s, 1980s, and that was bubble area, bubble Jidai or bubble era of Japan. So it came Showa era, Showa Jidai and Heisei Jidai. And Heisei Jidai recently finished in 2019. Now this era saw lot of development, lot of economic development, lot of infrastructure development in Japan, and all of the people, they started living alone, and they were when they're going to companies and company was taking care of them, and they gave their life, this whole generation, whole one generation, two generation, we really respect those generations. They just gave their life for the development of Japan. Now came 1980s, 1987 specifically. Many things were happening around the globe, and in Japan there was one person named Asahara Shoko. I would like to talk about Asahara Shoko also, because that was one of the important turning point about yoga in Japan. Bubble period was coming up. Many people started becoming more stressed, and it reaches to this stage that Japan is now a bit stable and growing economy, and now some people wanted something to relax their life, so yoga was one of the option. And Asahara Shoko started a new religious cult. So here is the important thing. This Asahara Shoko, Japanese person, he made the religious cult with the name Om Shinrikyo, and he used this Om, the sound which we use normally to vibrate our internal organs, and he used Om Shinrikyo, this name, and all other yogic names or Indian name, we can say Indian cultural name, and yoga as a front end. And of course he did good thing also to give better health to everyone, many people. But after 8 years, in 1995 or 1995, yes, after 8 years, what he has done is he has done this sarin gas attack in one of the Tokyo metro train, the peak hours. So that changed the image of yoga. So all these cult type of people, they were banned, they were detained, and then recently he was executed also. And this yoga is banned in this country from 1995. You can imagine whole 90s, whole 2000 first era, first 10 years it was banned. Yoga was banned. And in parallelly, many things were happening in outside Japan also, like Yoga Alliance was established in 1997, and in 1995 Ministry of Ayush first established with some different name was I think ISM and H, something like that. And Patanjali was also, our Swamiji Maharaj was also started working in within India. So these global things were happening around the globe. And in Japan, yoga was banned. And after few years, yoga as a fitness option arrived to Japan again. And that was the era of 2000, after 2004, 5, 2006, 7, like that. And I came to Japan in 2008 when Lehman shock happened. Again, economy went down, and many things happened. According to my personal experience, please keep continuing Kapalbhati also. According to my personal experience, I never heard the word stress in my life. So I remember in 2009, one of the nomikai, one of the drinking party, the normal dinner party of our team, I heard one person, they were talking about this, somebody was in stress. So I was thinking, what is stress? Because I don't know what is stress. We studied stress in mechanical engineering, but what exactly is this? So they told about this mental stress, and this thing happened in Japan. So that started my journey about what exactly is this stress, and I couldn't understand what is this stress for around 10 years. More than 10 years I couldn't understand, because there is no stress in India. And then after working in corporate for more than 10 years in different domains, different companies, whether it's manufacturing companies, whether it's service companies, whether it's fintech companies, e-commerce companies, telecommunication, semiconductor, automobile, I understand what is stress. Then I started finding out the yogic culture, and I myself was doing yoga from my childhood, so I could understand this spiritual health, mental health and physical health. So I could cope up with these things. Then I tried to start this yogic teaching yoga in Japan, and then I got to know about this Asahara Shoko and whatever I just told you. And now I think right now we are in very turning point again. We started our journey in Japan with the name Prakriti. Then with the blessings of Swamiji Maharaj, we started Patanjali Yoga Samiti Japan. And I remember when I started Patanjali Yoga Samiti Japan, people, they thought that we are also like a cult, because they had this experience of Asahara Shoko and this Om Shindikyo, and they used our name, our clothing styles, the way our Rishi Muni live. They used that front face, so that made a huge loss in our image. And now our responsibility is to clear that image and give a real image of yoga. So now future of Japan in yogic lifestyle, which I see, is we started in modern lifestyle. We can say yoga is one of the expensive sports in Japan. This is the current image, and it's like an event. People go to hot yoga. There is very famous hot yoga studios, many studios. They go there for once a month or twice a month, or maybe once a week, twice a week, like that. And it's very expensive sports, and there is no career plan of yoga teachers. That is very important thing which I have analyzed here after talking to more than 500 people, including people who are suffering in corporate and who are yoga teachers, who are suffering for their sustainable income. So we thought about it for more than 1 year, And I think this is a time of disruptive innovation. We have so many innovation after every 10 years, 20 years in many fields, including telecommunication also, including transportation. But I feel there is no disruptive innovation in yogic industry, we can say, or yogic lifestyle. I really thankful to Narendra Modi ji. Under his leadership, we have this yoga day, we have this common yoga protocol right now for International Day of Yoga, common yoga protocol. Ministry of Ayush is working so hard, bringing all the yoga organizations within India to come up together and started this yoga certification board where we can measure the actual skills of yoga teachers. Now, what we have done and we are trying to do in Japan here, let's do some Anulom Vilom also now. We have done Kapalbhati. I hope you all are doing Kapalbhati while listening to me, I believe. So we'll do some Anulom Vilom also. Right hand, you can make any mudra, whichever mudra you want to make. Prana mudra is also okay. Prana mudra, Nasika mudra, whatever mudra, right hand, and close your right nostril, inhale from left nostril. Exhale from right nostril now. 1. Inhale from right nostril. Exhale from left nostril. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Continue with your own space, own speed, own pace. Please continue Anulom Vilom, starting from left nostril. Back straight, shoulder relaxed. So while doing Anulom Vilom, alternate nostril breathing, I would like to share what is our plan and what we are doing exactly for the future of yoga in Japan, yogic culture in Japan. As I said, yoga is very expensive sports and it is mostly focused on stretching the body and making people slim who are already slim. So it is more of physical and many products are also coming. That is good thing that many people are earning with this. That is good thing. Personally, I think it is good. But the core of yoga, the yoga teachers, they do not have this sustainable income. That is which I feel painful personally. So what we have done is, we are trying to do is, first of all, yoga should be included in a daily lifestyle. Now the problem in Japanese culture, or we can say Japanese work style or corporate style work style, we can say, as I said, after 2000, after this world war, everyone gave their life, and we really respect them to give their life so that this country became developed. Now problem is, this became the culture. Earlier we had a joint family in Japan, now it's nuclear family, people didn't marry and population is also decreasing. So these are the side effect of what they have done. And now also people are going to the corporate and they are just working and working and working. Now they lost the goal of why they are working. It just became the process of working. One day I was going early from my office. I said, okay, my work is finished. I can go something I can do outside. So my colleague said, many years back, around 2009 or 10, 2009, said, see, whole company is working, so you should also work. I said, why? My work is finished. I need to go out. I need to study something. No, 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 no. You have to work because everyone is working. So this became the culture now. So I think this culture need to be changed. And this can be changed with the power of yoga. I call it vicious cycle. People are just going into the meetings and they just listen while typing on the the PC, their laptop, and they don't know what happened in the meeting. So they are wasting their time, others' time, and they are in this meeting just because everyone is in this meeting. So they have this precious time they are wasting. If we utilize this time properly, then it will be easy for everyone. So yoga should be included in the daily lifestyle. That is number one. So we can come out of this vicious cycle on daily basis. So we started our journey in 2019. I first did yoga daily on the daily basis, and then in 2020 I started calling people, and then they started joining, and now we are doing daily. We started counting also how many days we are doing yoga, and we are doing for more than 600 days without any delay and without any day off, and only weekdays, no weekend. Now second thing what we came up with is yogic system. So as we are in Japan, we say we are in Japan, and we fuse this system of Japan and yoga together. So we go to karate, this do, do is the path, is the way, sadhana sadhana in Hindi, way we go and move towards the journey, and this do also has same meaning. So this already originally came from this yoga, the path of yoga, and from yoga it became do, budo, sado, kendo, judo, karate do, and many do. These all are path, all the sadhana. So we took some part of took back, we can say we took back from karate. They have belt system, so we introduced belt system. So yogi belt system in our system. So as I said, yoga is a sadhana, is a daily activity. Yogic lifestyle is a lifestyle, a part of lifestyle. So the number of days you practice yoga in 1 month will decide your yogic belt. And if you practice less than 9 days in a month, so you will be green belt yogi for that month, because green is the color of freshness, young, new. And if you practice yoga more than 10 days in a month, 10 days to 19 days, you will be white belt yogi, white belt yogi. So white is a means peace, heva, right, peace. And then if you practice yoga for more than 20 days, you will be Kesari belt yogi. Kesari means color of saffron. Saffron means color of courage and sacrifice. So sacrificing our ego, our ahankar, we say ego, and our yoku, our desire, our negative desire, these things we sacrifice. So that is the color of sacrifice and courage, and that is Kesari belt. So we calculate how many yogis do we have in 1 month, and out of those yogis, how many green belt yogi, white belt yogi, and Kesari belt yogi. And this is how we are motivating people to join daily yoga, daily yoga. And about yoga teacher also, we have formulated this system that they can have this sustainable source of income, because our yoga teachers right now, the industries, they go out and they go do some contract with some gym or maybe yoga studio, and they earn very less, and yogis give a lot of money for one yoga class. And we say that is the disruptive innovation from our side, that yoga should be done daily, and Saturday, Sunday, weekends and national holiday, it should be a holiday, because our yoga teachers should take leave. Right now yoga teachers are working so hard, they are working on Saturday, Sunday, national holiday, any day. They are very stressed. I saw so many yoga teachers, they are drinking this energy drink and this medicines for stress. I said, come on, we are yogi, why do we need this? So, but they told me this situation, and then we came up with this solution. Okay, this is, and I'm very happy and very satisfied to share with you that our yoga teachers, they have sustainable source of income right now. Of course, not that much, but they started getting that. And our yogis, they are also getting daily yoga. And same time, we never delay, and so many teachers we are offering. So this, I say, vicious cycle, bad vicious cycle is changing to good vicious cycle. Now their whole lifestyle is changed to daily they wake up, they come to this morning class, and they, if they do not come to morning class, they come to evening class, we start new class, more teachers. So now this yogic lifestyle is increasing day by day. Of course it takes time, it is taking time, and now we have completed around 8 years. And I think this is a turning point right now, that we can create more yoga teachers, more yogis, and more healthy people around us, more healthy and happy people around us. And we come out of this akujunkan, in Japanese we call it akujunkan, that is vicious cycle, and this changing from akujunkan to yokujunkan, from bad vicious cycle to good vicious cycle. So this is what we are thinking. And I think after this 5 years or 10 years, we will have more yogis, and I believe this revolution will change, because we are connected to so many yogis, so many organizations, including Healing Our Earth, and Ministry of Ayush is working for this. All the embassies are so supportive. So I think this culture will change in near future, and we can portray a correct image of yoga as a lifestyle, not a sports or fitness thing only. Of course fitness is important, not only fitness or religious thing, but there is in between, there is something which is missing, which is including yoga as a daily routine, daily charging time. So let's do some longer breathing. Let's do Brahmari Pranayam. This is the ending of my talk. If I have talked too much, sorry for that. And let's do Brahmari Pranayam together and go to the closure of this session. Brahmari, we inhale, long inhale, deep inhale. While inhaling, while exhaling, produce this sound, this humming sound, like this humming sound. Within your own speed, own pace, let's do it 2 or 3 times. Hi. Same thing we'll do while closing our eyes and ears. How to close our ears is with the thumb, close this part of ear, both, and with the fingers we close our eyes, something like this. If you can use another mudra, you can use another mudra also. Again, we'll do 1 time or 2 times Brahmari, and then we'll do little bit of Dhyan, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi. So we'll go towards Dhyan. I hope you have done Kapalbhati and Anulom Vilom. We'll do Brahmari and Dhyan for few minutes. So let's do it with your own speed, own pace. Sonomama, be in the same position. Focus only on your breathing. Back straight. Shoulder relax. Deep, long inhale and exhale. So this is going to be the end of my session. On behalf of our team, Patanjali Japan Foundation team, myself, and all the yogis and our yoga teachers in Japan, we wish you a very, very healthy and happy lifestyle and happy yoga day. Thank you all the organizers healing our earth. Thank you and global namaste. Arigato gozaimasu. Sayonara.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Ashutosh. What lovely work you're doing, and what wonderful outreach in Japan as well. I have to say to the rest of our Japanese friends who are watching out there, I thought whilst Ashutosh was teaching us all about yoga, I got into a Japanese mood. And I would like to say to everyone out there, I am konnichiwa. So good afternoon to everyone out there in Japan. And of course, sayonara, dear Ashutosh-ji, thank you for joining us here today. You really did share some really wonderful insights and information, and also good luck and best wishes for the great work you're doing to spread the knowledge of yoga to the world for health, wellness, and well-being. So well done and congratulations. So let's move on. We are very shortly going to be inviting a wonderful family member here, our dear Sharon Rose, who will be joining us all the way from USA with a beautiful smiling face, looking as fresh as always, and sharing some lovely words of wisdom and joy with the rest of you. But whilst we do that, let me just share a little bit about yoga. Did you know that yoga has yoga for dogs? Which is called doga. I never knew that, but it's actually got introduced in 2002, where all the dogs would come together and at a special place, and they would teach yoga for dogs called doga. So there you go. There's some interesting information there for you. The other thing I thought you may be very interested to find out is in India, they also had a postal stamp with yoga on it. That's how important yoga is in India, especially in 2015, when our Prime Minister in India, Narendra Modi ji, introduced this really amazing day, national day and international day to the world. So that was very interesting. And there are so many different branches of meditation, by the way. So every single one of you who are joining us here today, I know you must have heard of yoga, may have tried out yoga, or are a regular practitioner of yoga. But there are many, many paths of yoga, from bhakti yoga, nan yoga, karma yoga, kundalini yoga, bikram yoga, iyengar. There's so many different types of Raj Yoga, all different types of yoga. But one thing which is common for all of them is about helping you to connect your mind, body, and soul, and to create a union. So you work in a more balanced way as a human being. You evolve all levels of you as a being, so that you can feel more of a complete individual and be able to be more productive, more healthy, and of course be happier. So yoga is definitely a very, very good exercise and to include in your daily life, I believe. And yoga doesn't actually need to be exercise. It could be just seen as a form of well-being. So in other words, if you're taking medication and things like that, you could perhaps try using a little bit of yoga for health benefits point of view as well. So it's not just about let's try it out. It's like a lifestyle, implemented as a lifestyle program to help to prevent future problems, health-wise. The other thing I found very, very interesting, by the way, also that, did you know that yoga is now being introduced in the Olympics? So since 2016, yoga was actually introduced as one of the competitive games where people came in and did all the balancing and the strength and showed different postures. And yeah, one of the ladies won. I can't remember her name, but it's quite interesting. I thought that was really very interesting that it's now being recognized on such a global, international scale that you can't actually ignore yoga anymore, because it's become part of our life in every country around the world. So with that, I just wanted to share a little bit of information about meditation for the last few minutes that I have here. First of all, meditation is part of yoga. I'm a Samarpan meditation practitioner, so I've been doing Samarpan meditation for many, many years. I've been teaching Samarpan meditation and sharing the knowledge with many, many people who I believe were open to learning about the Samarpan meditation path. I have no qualms about people following other paths, because I believe that meditation is one of those paths that awakens our humanity that's within us. It helps us to become better individuals, develop better values. So any path that you select, it really doesn't matter, because it's helping to polish you as an individual along the way, polish that diamond that each one of you are anyway. So I'd like to share a little bit of information here, and I'm just going to share the screen, which I thought may be quite interesting for us to perhaps understand. Some people ask, meditation, yoga, is it a religious thing? Actually, it isn't. I would say yoga is not a it's not a religion. It actually is a religion of humanity, where you're thinking about becoming a better version of you. That's what I believe. So let's start off with a few basic concepts, which I thought would be really interesting for us to understand. What actually happens when you do regular meditation practices, when you do regular yoga? What is that life force that starts being generated in your body? Well, first of all, there is something that people say God or Paramatma or life force, or some people just say universal energy. There is that life force that gives life to, like seeds and little plants that become trees and little seeds that become fruits. Or us, when we hurt ourselves, there's some energy that comes in to heal us as well. That is something which we call a life force, or some people may call God, or the divine energy. And this divine energy runs through each one of us. And what yoga and meditation does is increases that energy. It increases that life force in your body so that you can heal faster. You can think sharper. Your brain works more productively. It just has, when you have more electricity, you can do more. If you have a little electricity, then you may be able to light a bulb in your home. But if you have a lot of electricity, you can literally light the whole street on your road. And if you have even more energy, then you can light the whole of the nation, the lights everywhere. So it depends on how much electricity or energy you have. And what happens is, with regular practicing of meditation and yoga, what I believe is that you start generating this energy and this life force within you, so you can do better. And where there is positive life force, there's no negativity, because positivity and life force and divine energy has all positive values connected to it, like kindness, positivity, happiness, health, generosity, forgiveness. So these elements automatically start developing in you, because negativity starts when you're feeling depressed, when you're down, when you're not well, you're in a bad state. Whereas yoga uplifts you, it tends to bring in the positive elements into you. So you automatically start becoming more positive, more peaceful, more patient. It just happens very automatically. And the second thing I'd like to also share with yourself is every religion out there, just in case, of course, we have different cultures around the world who are joining us today, different people who follow different faiths and different spiritual paths. And our Healing Our Earth is welcoming, it welcomes everyone, because it's not about segregating, it's about integrating people and working collectively to build a better world. But at the same time, you will find that every single religion around the world will teach about the religion of humanity, love, compassion, kindness. There is no religion that I know of which says, go out there and don't be kind, don't be loving, kill people, do this, do that. No, it doesn't. Maybe human beings may interpret things to suit their own motives and agendas, but spiritual books will always teach you to become more of a good human being. So that's why I believe that religion, when you're following yoga practices or meditation practices, it's not actually a religion, it's just a way of life, and it's just awakening the religion of humanity within you. And some people ask about gurus. We just talked about Ramdev Ji. We talked about many other gurus who are out there in yoga, like Bikram Yoga or Raj Yoga with Brahma Kumaris, for example. We have so many different paths, and we've had amazing gurus who I bow down to and honor for the wonderful contribution they have made to humanity, for passing on knowledge. Now, what I normally say is, why is a guru important? Because a guru has already been on a path. A guru is the one that sits there for 40 years in a forest and mountains or wherever they are to study about spirituality. When they get enlightened, they tend to come back to share this knowledge with you. So I believe that it's very, very important for us to always honor these spiritual masters, because the knowledge they have gained, they're passing it on to us without us having to do that much penance, for example, for us to be able to go 40 years sitting in a mountain by ourselves in a cave to study this kinds of and to experience this kind of higher levels of spiritual growth. It's like the way I could maybe finish off by explaining this is, if you have a Guruji or a true Sadguru, a Sadguru means a guru of the gurus, they would have perhaps, let's say, gone up a mountain. They would have already seen the path. They would have seen there are problems here, there are rocks here, there are holes on this side. So you're going to hurt yourself if you go in this direction. So what they do is they guide you and tell you, well, if you do it this way, you will reach exact spot that I reached by just following this. And what tends to happen is, when there are many people that start following that path, which is being shown by the spiritual master, a kind of a highway gets formed. Because before there were just little paths up the mountain. Now it just became little roads. And now it's become like a highway where many, many people can just follow the path and get to that point and be able to experience the same thing that the teacher is trying to help you to experience. So I just wanted to perhaps share this information with everybody whilst we're here today, because I think it's a really important concept in the Eastern philosophy, where we definitely bow down to our gurus. And bowing down to our gurus is not about having an ego. And, I find that people with a lot of ego may find it difficult to bow down to a teacher. But a true guru actually just wants you to become a guru. So a true guru will always want you to awaken your soul. And that soul, for the last bit that I like to share is that soul means being able to hear that voice inside you that polices you. It tells you this is the right thing to do. Don't do this. Don't be bad to that person. Don't take this thing which doesn't belong to you. So it just kind of awakens that intuition and that soul that's within you, each one of you. And slowly the guru will just turn you into a guru so that you can start being able to follow a better lifestyle, a lifestyle which is more right for you. So now I hope you all enjoyed that little interesting little share. Now we have our one and only dear Sharon Rose, all the way from USA. A global namaste, my dear sister. How are you?
Global namaste. Honey G, it's so nice to see you.
You look gorgeous. You look absolutely stunning. You look fresh. It's Father's Day today. It's a happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, even in America. And of course, a happy International Yoga Day to you. And of course, all your wonderful friends that are there in Colorado.
I'm actually not home today. I'm visiting my friends in Buena Vista, Colorado. I'm in their cabin with my puppy, who's here today, Aurora.
Oh, Aurora! I saw the little dog. That's why I thought I'll share about doga instead of yoga. It's a doga. Get the dogs doing yoga as well. Why not?
Well, actually, our guest Libby has a dog that does yoga.
Oh my God! I can't believe this. Maybe. Oh wow! I can see that. Hello, global namaste, Libby, and hello, little one. What's our doggy's name there?
This is Shadow, and namaste to you as well.
Oh, dear Shadow, namaste to you, dear. That's my first dog I've met who does yoga in real life.
Yes.
Wonderful.
He actually leads the classes I teach in their first breath. He inhales up, exhales down, inhales up, exhales down. The kids, they absolutely love it.
Oh my God, listen, there is no excuse for any one of you out there watching today that you can't do yoga. That's it. You should all be sitting there doing yoga. Even dogs are doing yoga. You can't miss out on this, right? Well done. Well, I am going to do a little introduction about our dear Sharon so that, of course, our whole audience members knows who dear Sharon is. But just in case, if you've joined us for the first time, and we've got a lot of people from different parts of the world who are joining us every single week, there's new people joining us. So I'd just like to introduce a little bit about dear Sharon. Sharon Rose is from USA, Colorado. She's a winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress on Qigong, Tai Chi, Taoism, and Natural Healing. And she's the director and producer of the forthcoming documentary called Quantum Qi, the Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. Sharon has also lectured, performed, and presented dance programs and educational talks in many, many universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, museums, and she was also a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine, which is a fantastic book, as I always tell you, and is currently completing a CD called The Nectar of Bliss, which is dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. Wow, just amazing work that you're doing, dear Sharon. We're so proud of you. And today I'm going to be loving you and leaving you so you could take over and have a wonderful chat with our other special guests who are joining us today. Libby, enjoy your session on Healing Our Earth. And dear Sharon, a global namaste, good luck. And to all our audience members out there, happy International Yoga Day to each and every single one of you. And a happy Father's Day. Namaste to all the fathers around the world. We honor you for the wonderful love, your support, your encouragement, and your wisdom that you share with the rest of your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Honey G. It's always a delight to see you.
Thank you, dear Sharon. Enjoy, have fun. I'll be watching and listening. And Shadow, keep up the doga whilst we do the yoga.
That's right. That's right. I'll have to teach Aurora. Breathe in, breathe out. Well, she does
Absolutely.
sound
Pause
off.
together, pause out, pause together. I've learned that already.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Enjoy your Sharons. Have fun. Thank you.
Thank you, honey. Hello, everyone. It's a joy to be with you as always. And I'm here in Buena Vista, Colorado. And it is, we finally getting rain. In fact, it's going to be raining for days. It's been so dry. We were very concerned. There are all kinds of fires in New Mexico, but it looks like the rain will give us a break from this and make everything green. So it's a pleasure to be with you once more. And today we have our returning wonderful guest, Libby Edson. And I'd like to introduce her before we start speaking about, really, she's doing what we at Healing Our Earth totally believe in and promote. And Yo Mind is the name of her company. She works with children in schools, and now also, well, she'll tell us the latest. She's going to be working with a larger, more corporate situation. So Neil G, namaste to you, Neil.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are from, Sharon. So please continue your introduction as it is. I am not able to share screen today. So Libby, welcome once again. And we love your mind. So go and bring your mind into yoga states. Well, there you are. Perfect. Honey, just next image, please.
Yoga, mindfulness, and neuroscience education in schools. I can't tell you how much we need this, especially these days in the Kali Yuga. It's time to bring these deep, deep teachings of yoga to our children, to everyone, actually. They're so beneficial. Libby Edson is the founder and director of Yo Mind, a program developed by her that combines yoga, mindfulness, neuroscience education, and social emotional learning. She has been teaching yoga in the schools for 28 years and formally through the Yo Mind program for the last decade. She has provided in-person instruction to school educators, parents, community members, and over 14,000 students ages pre-K through college, including national championship college athletic teams, at-risk youth, and special education students. The films written and produced by Libby and available on the Yo Mind website have been reached over 4 million students in 185 countries. Libby has completed intensive training through Mindful Schools, a nonprofit organization with a mission to bring mindfulness to youth. She received her Ashtanga yoga teacher training from David Swenson and Jivana yoga training from Kristen Lach. She continues to practice and study yoga, nutrition, mindfulness, and neuroscience through online and more.
Independent study.
Independent study. Yes. Well, it's interesting because Honey was talking about, the guru and the power of the guru. And I understand because I lived with my guru in dance, Sitara Devi. And, coming from the West, it just, oh, I'm supposed to touch these feet of this guru. What does that mean? But as the years have gone by, that level of respect for the teacher, for the guru, who really opens the door to the teachings for you, is something that I believe we need throughout the world. And I believe that what you're doing with the children is carrying on this tradition throughout into the West, into the world, into the very heart of our youth. So tell us, give us an update and tell us about the program and all the wonderful things you're doing.
Thank you so much, Sharon, for the introduction. And as she said, my name is Libby. And I really appreciated what Honey said before when she was talking about the guru and how there's been so many teachers that have come before us to make it a little easier for people like myself to reach students. So on International Yoga Day, I would just like to shout out to all the teachers that I've had in the opportunity to study with, but also their teachers, going all the way back to the great, masters from years, Patanjali, the whole thing. I have only am able to do what I do because other people have spent so many hours devoted to the practice of yoga. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the program of Yo Mind, it evolved from my years of teaching in the school, teaching yoga. And I started as a meditation, doing meditation in my mid-20s. And I think I was about 32, and I stepped on a yoga mat and everything in my life changed. There was something about the physical embodiment of that practice that made me start to see myself and the world around me differently. And my immediate thought was, why didn't I know about this when I was a child? Why didn't I have access to this as a child? So I started volunteering in the schools. Wherever my children went to school, I volunteered to teach yoga there. And so after 28 years of doing this is how long I've been at it, about 10 years ago, I started thinking about the emergence of mindfulness as well, and meditation. And just through, inquiry, realized that there was a way to get this in the schools. I had met a lot of resistance with some of the things that Honey had also mentioned, that, seeing yoga as a religion is one of the obstacles in getting in schools. The fact that there are gurus, a lot of the Sanskrit words can be a little bit disarming for some administrators. And so it has taken a while, but here we are, 2022, and schools are ready. We have a lot of problems that have been revealed through the pandemic, that are being revealed through a lot of world events. And the mental health of our children is at a critical point. There are studies showing now that there are higher levels of suicide, depression, anxiety in children as young as there's kids in second and third grade on suicide watch. They're worried about the climate. They're worried about so many things. And we all know from yoga that we can't necessarily change world events, but we can change how we respond to them. So the Yo Mind program is based on, Yo Mind's an acronym for all the things that influence the mind. Honey also mentioned how Patanjali said that having access to a healthy life is a human right, that is what, the yoga teachings say. And now that we have the science behind those ancient practices, I have said over and over that it's a human right to know how the mind works. So that's where Yo Mind comes in, is that I found a way to combine teaching yoga and I call it mindful movement, not as a way of diluting the importance of yoga, but as a way of making it a little more, demystifying it. So the yoga part, that's the yo, and then the mind is mindfulness, but also having kids understand how their mind works. And I think that's where we need to move I think if everyone did understand how their mind worked, we would have a little more compassion and empathy for ourselves, and that would translate into compassion and mindful, and empathy for other people. So what I've been up to lately, since I think I was on here last, I have traveled to a school in Minnesota and was able to work with a very diverse population. Somali kids, Native American kids, Asian American, African American, just a really diverse school. I was able to spend 2 weeks there. I also took Shadow with me, which helped a lot, but I was able to get pretty much 100% buy-in. We had these kids doing yoga every single day and did see a change. We had them leading breathing practices on the morning announcements. And what my experience of that was that while I've taught the same practices that I teach, by the way, it's a little pivot here. I teach the same thing to kindergartners that I teach to college football players, that I teach to adults. It's the same thing. And yoga is a superfood, is what I kind of teach the kids. So I teach the adults too. But yoga is a superfood. We've had the other speakers on here talked about all the multiple health benefits. It's a focused attention practice, so it does help the mind. And in order for these children to learn, they need to be able to focus. So I teach yoga is a superfood, and that kindness is a superpower. And in between that, give them tools, some of these yoga breathing practices that were presented by previous speakers. I'm teaching them those, but I don't call it pranayama. I call it just a breathing practice because, and again, not to dilute the power of yoga, but to demystify it and to make it accessible and unobjectionable in the school systems. So that was a really rich experience because I know how hungry these kids are for it, how easy it is to implement, and the obstacles in our way now are the administrators not prioritizing it. And I think there are many great teachers out there and great administrators that are trying their best to incorporate this into the schools. And at the same time, there are so many demands and limitations on the schools financially. As the teacher from Japan said, it's a vicious cycle of funding and lack of funding. So I think that's something that we need to address within this community, this global health community. So that's what I've been up to. The other thing that is upcoming, Sharon, that you asked me to talk about, which I'm pleased, is as a result of my trip to Minnesota, I was able to meet with, my husband's a physician, I was able to meet with some of his colleagues, and during the month of July, I will be offering yoga virtually to 500 doctors and the 200 support employees. And it'll be a 4-part series. And it's kind of, I don't know if it's mandatory, but I've heard there's going to be participation expected. And then they're going to talk about it as a company to see if this is what they want to continue. So I think that's kind of a synopsis of what I've been up to.
That is wonderful. A couple of questions.
Sure.
Tell us about the power of bringing yoga into the schools and how it affects the lives of these children, what you've seen, what you have observed and felt.
God. How long do you have? Because I have so many stories. One, though, that I can speak to that happened recently in my trip in Minnesota. We know that yoga, it means to yoke, but it also, that means, we're joining the subconscious mind and the conscious mind together, but we're also creating community. And one of the effects that one of the most powerful stories that came out of that 2-week experience is we had a very privileged kid. My husband was, just to give you a backstory, my husband was with me and supporting me the first week. And I'm teaching 700 kids. I was teaching 13-minute classes with 2 minutes break. We're talking in a school that is very highly dysregulated. I had my husband with me as a support that could keep people safe, would make sure that we got, but he was there for the first week, but the second week he needed to work. So, as a noticer, I noticed one young man that was very in tune with what I was doing. So I asked a teacher if I could have that student to assist me during my upcoming classes. And so he was picked, and he was also picked to do the morning announcements. Well, first of all, I had 4 people say, oh, he shouldn't do the morning announcements because that's what the plan was, because he stutters. And I said, perfect. I don't care. I just felt like this kid should be there with me, right? So I picked him, and he stutters. I'm like, he's still going to help me with the morning announcements, and he's still going to help me with my classes, right? And then there was another kid, an African-American kid, who noticed that I was with this other kid. unbeknownst to me, these two had tension all year. The African-American kid thought the other kid, in his words, he says, why does he get to do everything? And of course, I picked him because I just noticed he was paying attention and I knew that he would be of assistance. I didn't realize that. So that the young black man, the African-American kid came up to me and said, hey, can I help you? And we were going out onto the playground to mark X's because of course I was teaching in a parking lot. And I said, I'd love to have you help or assist, get clearance. And he went and got it. So unbeknownst to me, two little enemies come out and they worked together and devised a way. I said, I'm all about empowering the kids. I said, you guys help me figure out how am I going to continue to teach in this parking lot and keep everyone safe? And they, put their arms out and touched arms and said, okay, this is how far apart we need to be. And they and they crawled under a truck that was, temporarily parked there. And then they got that all set. And so they were my helpers. And then they started doing the morning announcements together. Unbeknownst to me, the African-American kid supposedly couldn't read well. Well, they helped each other. One stuttered and the other one couldn't read, right? Well, they did a beautiful job. They worked together. I worked with them and said, how can you do this? And then one day I was exposed to COVID in one of the classes. So precautionary, I took one day off and those two young men did the morning announcements on their own. It was beautiful. And then they went to the principal and said, hey, we've noticed a lot of kids are really disruptive in the lunchroom. Can we be the lunchroom monitors? This is coming from kids. And now they're best friends. So that's one way. That's one long story. The other ways that it's helped kids, I have had kids come back to me. A lot of times, I've been asked how many kids get it when you teach, like 1,000 students. Of those kids, how many actually get it? The thing is the seed's been planted. We don't know when they're going to get it. I went back to teach at Ashland High School. I live in Ashland, Oregon. And a young man said, oh, I heard you are on campus today. And he was a senior. And he said, I just came and I wanted you to know that when I was a freshman and was able to do yoga every week with you, I didn't get it. And I'm so sorry I didn't pay attention more. But he got it as a senior. I have kids that go away to college that will, text me through Instagram or something and say, hey, I just led a yoga session in my dorm because everybody was so stressed about finals. And, and again, I'm not diluting yoga, but I am teaching kids that they can, in a way that they can share it with each other. They can teach them the same sequence. I have by the time we were 2 or 3 days into the situation in Minnesota, I could lead them through the sequence and then I could say, okay, now I'm not going to talk. And we would go through it 2 or 3 times together with no talking. And then that makes them all empowered to teach each other. I've had students that fall asleep during Shavasana. They're not getting sleep at home. And then I hear later that they start using the body scans and now they're able to sleep at home. Sports teams perform better. I've had teachers tell me that they'll see kids starting to do alternate nostril breathing before a test. I could go on. And I think these things are, not every tool is for everybody. Not every practice is for everybody, but yoga is really accessible. And I do teach the kids, I say, we're making yoga shapes. If this is a suggestion on how to move your body, we want to, and that's another thing we could talk about. I'm talking about the favorable things that have come out of it. And I do think that people are embodied more after they practice. And I think that's something we need a whole lot more of. I could, Sharon, I could actually talk for hours and hours if you want one story after another, but I just know that there's enough favorable things, and I get what I call these emotional paychecks, that a lot of the work that I do is volunteer because I get these paychecks. I was out on one of the trails and a dad stopped me and said, you taught my son for a year. And do you know that ever since you've taken his class, He practices 20 minutes a day, every single day. This is a high school kid, you know? And so those are the kinds of stories that I hear, and I could talk about for, I don't think you guys have 6 hours or 12 hours or however long I could go on to tell you each story. But I do know that these children, they're receptive to it. Their nature is to be kind. They get it and they want to be kind, but we're just aren't giving them tools for regulation. With all of the technology, kids aren't getting eye contact with each other. They're not getting eye contact with even teachers through what they've been through with the pandemic. There are just so many, I could go a list, a long time, I could go on a tirade about all the things that are wrong, but I would rather stick to what I know works and what is the solution, and talk about how we might be able to break down some of the barriers that are in the way of everyone having access to, as Honey said, you know, Patanjali says we have a right to a great life, a healthy life. And I think we need to add to that, that really it is a human right to know how the mind works and to have tools to regulate our lives. And you know, the world has changed a lot, but these ancient practices are scientifically proven to work. And that is why we need to really have, you know, my ultimate goal is to have Yo Mind as a subject in schools, you know, and have it be so it's accessible, have it be so it's demystified, and so that it's unobjectionable, you know, and it becomes the foundation for learning, not an ancillary subject that, you know, wealthy people have because they can afford to bring in a teacher. No, it's every student, every child, every parent, the ones that didn't get it when they were students, how do we get it to them? And, you know, we talked last time, one of the ways that I think we do that is through, instead of thinking of media, I mean, here we all are joined globally through media. We can use media, and I know Sharon, you're all about that. We can use media to do really powerful things. And one of the ideas I've had with Yo Mind is that we create, I think the whole school systems are going to need to move towards something called edutainment, which is that we're competing with a lot of visual input. And so it's very difficult for just a human to stand in front of kids that are actually being entertained all day on their screens. So instead of saying, that's terrible, I'm like, hey, how do we get inside the screen and let's entertain them? You know, whether it's through great personalities, but it's the ancient practice that they need, they want, they're hungry and ready for it. It's just, how do we get there? So
yeah, and find a way to, you know, the media like TikTok and all of this, it's so quick, oh, flash, 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 which really does not help the nature of your mind. You know, you're just distracted and become kind of ADD. And so what you're doing, the way and what you're teaching and the way you're teaching, upliftment you're bringing to the schools, we really need to get it out there more and more and more. And I love the fact that you have kind of simplified, you know, and demystified these teachings so that these kids from, really you're teaching kids from all over the world now, you know, can access it more easily.
Thank you. And you know, I fortunately, I'd recorded everything I've taught for the last 4 years. And so now it's a matter of finding some assistance in getting this out. I would want, you know, there's, you know, it's a vicious cycle. It's like the money cycle. You need money to hire people to do things, you know.
I know.
The man from Japan said that very well. It's a vicious cycle. And I just keep, Honey also mentioned that yogic principle of leaning in 1%. So I continue to just lean into it and do my best to get it out there. And I just recently did a recording of one of the, I taught the local college football team right after I got back from teaching in Minnesota. And in that practice, which was a little bit longer than I had with the kids, I included the exact same practice that I taught the kids. So I'm editing that film down to present it in its long form and in a shortened, like 15-minute version. One thing I want to speak to, though, that I think is so important that I want everyone to know is that children, the body scan, yoga nidra, is a key piece of all of this. Because as Sharon, you were saying with TikTok and the brain going like this, okay, I mean, I know that I personally fall into it too. Just looking at the news cycle can throw me for a loop. I can get out of my body and start thinking way too much. And, the body scan is such a great way for these kids to get embodied. I think that's the most request, because I always ask, any requests. And they're always like, oh, that thing at the end where we sleep, and that's, and I say, if you drift away and you fall asleep, you need to sleep more than you need to pay attention. But if you can stay with the practice, and I think there's a lot of power to that. And I think it's also important that we recognize that schools, this is a fact, I don't know if you guys know, but in the United States here, elementary school students have 2 1/2 hours sessions of PE per week. High school students are required they'll have it 2 to 3 days a week for 1 year, for a half of a year, and 2 to 3 days for one other semester during their entire high school career. That is all that's required. And, it's insanity. They're expecting students to pay attention. They're saying, everyone's dysregulated and depressed. It's like, yeah, because no one's moving. They're disembodied. They're looking at their phones. They're, it's interesting because it's a crisis, but it's also preventable. It's also preventable. A few key decisions from key people, and we can change this. And like I said, I'm actively seeking some assistance on video editing, audio editing. I do have a book that is partially written but needs more information in it. I'm putting out my wish list, world, hear it. We need a curriculum expert to come in and assist me, because that's not my area of expertise in terms of pushing that agenda to make it a school subject. So if anyone out there has assistance in writing curriculum and would like to help assist me in getting this experience and my, basically I've been conducting a big experiment for 28 years and I've got the results and I know what works. And so I just needed, some assistance on that end. So.
Yes. And, I'll keep it in my mind, and anyone I can think of that would be interested in the project, I will certainly reach out to them and put them in touch with you. And I'm sure, Neilji and everybody else here, because we get it. We totally get it.
Thank you. I feel seen. I really appreciate being here. It's been a really good idea. A lot of people have had the idea, but we just haven't figured out a way to make it so accessible without getting sued. Like the people in Encinitas got sued. And mind teaching it through the lens of science is the way to do it. And I've been approached about putting a paywall in front of it, and I think it's science. It's a human right, and I really appreciate the support of this community.
Thank you. I'd like to bring in, let's see, who do we have here? We have Mita, and we have Lata, and we have Lakshmi. So if you have any questions, namaste, Dr. Vyas, Lakshmi ji. It's so nice to see you. And there's Lata. So how do you, what do you're from the tradition. You've probably been doing yoga since you were children. And so how do you feel about what Libby's doing? Yes. Unmute.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So what I want to say is, funny enough, I haven't done it as a kid. So I hasten to add any misconceptions here, but no, I'm really, really intrigued by the little time I've started doing it. The transformation in an adult's life is wonderful, and I believe it should have been done as a child through school. Yeah, it would have made such a hell of a difference to my life and my health. Yeah, no, it's very, very, very noble what you're doing, Libby. I really, you know, I really, I can see your emotion, you know, coming through as well. And that is very, very noble. Yeah, I think, yeah, that it is just a few things that need to be tweaked, but we don't know why they won't do it. Only they know why. But the more we just continue enlightening people and making them aware, I think is you know, a feather in our cap. And any way that we can help, yeah, I'd love to be involved. Sharon.
Here's the beginning.
Thank you.
Here's the beginning,
Pardon?
Libby. Here's the beginning, Libby. Yeah.
Thank you.
How many years
really
have you been doing this, by the way?
28 years volunteering in the schools, and 10 years formally with the Yo Mind program.
Wow, I bet you have a lot of, like you say, it's your paycheck, emotional paycheck. And I'm sure you have wonderful, wonderful stories to tell, apart from the one you just did about the father. So it's, you know, a lot of untold gratitude is probably there that they haven't managed to come and, you know, give you. But yeah, I'm sure there's many, many stories like it. But you say you've got recordings?
Yes, I've got, yes, I have 4, I think I had a gap in the time with the pandemic where I was just doing some work virtually, which I don't think that work was recorded, but I have about 4 years of recordings, yes. I have a workshop that I present to, I call it the Optimize Your Mind workshop, which is it's 13 hours long, that includes practice. And I think this is how most people, it's one of the most effective ways for me to learn it anyway, is I do some movement, a little meditation, take in some cognitive information, and then I need to move a little again. And I think that's how our kids are too. So it's about a 13-hour, I have 13 hours of that session recorded. I've offered it to athletic teams that have gone on to win national championships. I also have pretty much every class that I've taught. And then the place I've arrived at now, after spending 2 weeks in this elementary school, is I go, oh, I get it. Let's just do the same practice. Let's just make it easy for everyone. And then it's easy for everyone to teach. And then everyone knows the basic little warrior sequence, you know, eagle pose, tree pose. And then at the end, which I have them do what's called the Yo Mind is Kind agreement. I teach them about their emotions, about becoming more articulate with how they feel. But it's impossible for me to have kids sit down and just start talking to them about emotions. Once they're in their bodies and they have done their body scan, that's when I teach about emotions and needs and empathy and the principles of yoga. And I talk about kindness and non-harming, but I do it without using ahimsa, so it's not offensive. So yeah, so I have it all recorded. So
yeah, it's fabulous.
Thank you.
Exceptionally fabulous. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
what is your idea of recording it then, just to leave it with people wherever you feel?
My ideas originally were the films that I made that have reached so many people. They were very professionally done. I used a hip hop artist that we made a music video of him, and then he did 7 mindfulness practices that I wrote, and then he added, like, I'd say, how would you say this? We changed a few words, but they're basically my words that he was on the screen, and they went, I mean, they're used all over the place. But then he decided that he didn't think mindfulness should be in schools. He took a different kind of turn on religion, that he felt like mindfulness, it was kind of an interesting thing. So because I own the films, they're still going, but I want to do more films like that. That's been what I've been thinking. And then lately I've been shifting a little bit and saying, well, if that's not possible and I don't have the funding to do that, should I just release the tapes and the audios so that, say, if there was a teacher in Ecuador or Malaysia that wanted to start this, the formula is already there. Okay. Like that I can share it and say, this is how I teach. Because I think it's just, there are people that want to do this work, but they're not sure how it's going to land. And I can, and it can be improved upon, I'm sure, because I have continued to change as I go. So I'm open to ideas on how to get this out there.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk soon. I have some ideas for you.
I bet you do, Sharon. You're brilliant. I appreciate that about you.
And Lakshmi, namaste.
Namaste. Libby is very much attached to yoga and so committed, and I would say positively, you're an obsession, that's what I got to know from what you were speaking. It's, it does happen that way. I too started my yoga at the age of 30, and I've been doing it, continuously all the time. And for me, it is like an obsession. Oh, my yoga, and I do Iyengar yoga. It is mine. Mine is the best. Nothing is better than that. That sort of a feeling you get. But whatever type of yoga it is, it really does a lot of positive help to anybody, mentally, physically, as well as your confidence also increases, and you can walk, you do whatever you want and whatever age you are. That's very important. It's not that at 30 and 40 everybody is able to walk, but at 80 and 85 a lot of people have difficulty in walking. So if you do any type of yoga on a regular basis, that can be avoided. That is, you may be able to walk properly even when you are 80, 90, or even 100. So this is what is very important. Continuous practice of yoga does help one to live a better health, better life, healthy life, and disease-free life.
Yes. I started with in college, actually. So that was in the 60s, late 60s. That's when I first encountered, graduate school, encountered yoga. And what I found, and then I went on to study with some of the top Iyengar teachers.
Okay.
Because he had come, and I actually even performed a number of times for him, including his 75th birthday party. I performed my Shiva dance. So that form, as a dancer, I'd been a dancer, ballet dancer since childhood, etc. That it brought me, what was one of the most beautiful things about it was it really helped bring my consciousness into my tissues, into this, giving me a real sense of alignment. The first teacher I had it was kind of like a guided visualization of bringing you totally into your body and how to align your spine and your feet and your hips and your spine. And it was invaluable. And I also, in Iyengar, I still use the yoga props.
Yeah, we
And
use a lot of
especially
props.
as you get
Yeah.
older, they're very,
The
very
belt,
helpful. The strap,
bricks, many things we use. Yeah,
Yes.
I have learned it directly under Iyengar.
Ah, nice.
So if you don't do a good job, he'll hit you.
That's right. He was kind of wrathful.
That's why I like Libby's approach. It's so gentle and soft and, you know, so soothing. And I like the way she brings in, you know, the body scan and then the emotional and building it up. And that's, and I really think that you've got the key, because emotional well-being heals us from inside out. So I think, yeah, the mental, the emotional connection of yoga helps us to actually become more spiritual people and actually connect to the divine. And that is so what yoga is all about. It's not a religion. It's not to separate us. It is to bring us together and bind us. You know, we are a global family, because look at the pandemic, it hit the whole world. So we need the antidote now. And that's the emotional well-being state, and what, you know, Dr. Lakshmi was saying. And yeah, I think I resonate with what she's, with what Libby is doing. It's so phenomenal. And a very small, did you find even with a very short span of time, it made a huge impact on people or the kids?
Yeah.
Or
yes.
Individuals.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much. And that's another part of the, you know, what I promote and teach is that you can have 1 minute of yoga. You can have 1 minute of mindfulness. And so I teach the kids all these informal ways to put it throughout their day, and let them know that they don't have to have an hour and a half. If they're feeling stressed, they can go do, you know, 3 half sun salutations. They can do controlled breathing without anyone even knowing they're doing it. You know, and to, you know, just demystifying it basically, and making it so that they, you know, understand that 10 minutes a day of focused attention practice, whether those minutes are consecutive or not, helps change their brain. So,
well, yeah, it's a part of life, isn't it? It just becomes part of your life. Anytime you're doing something, you think, oh, I better go and do I'm going to start breathing, or I'm going to start doing X, Y, and Z. So when you're eating, you're doing it mindfully, you're walking, you want to, you know, whatever you're doing, it becomes, well, you know, I suppose it could become, if you learn the whole program, you can encompass it within your whole life, and it becomes a way of promoting good health. And gradually, I mean, it's no one such thing, is it, that helps us? It's got to be, would you agree, a combination of
absolutely.
activities?
Yeah, it's as I said, you know, it's like not every body has different entry points into a practice, and every practice, you know, everyone has a different practice that will resonate with them. But the offering and the opening and being exposed to the idea of having some kind of practices, you know, as householders, most of us, you know, have had periods of our life where that hour and a half is not available, whether it's work or children or whatever. And so I think, especially in these days, you know,
yeah,
I don't know if that answers your question, but it's like, yeah, it's teaching them to live a yogic lifestyle. But really what, you know, Honey, I can't remember her last name, but what Honey was saying before was, you know, that, yeah, that it's not really, it's the religion of being human. that we're trying to teach. How do we teach them to be better humans, to be through kindness and whatever tools we can provide people with, we're at least making a dent in, or at least empowering them to, like I said, try to keep it in the positive. We're promoting a healthy lifestyle by giving them more tools.
Yes, yes. And, I've seen actually my Iyengar teacher in Boulder, he started incorporating some principles from Qigong and movements from Qigong and also from Feldenkrais. And it was fantastic, especially for, elders who maybe had like frozen shoulders, or to bring in the larger movements and then the subtle, bringing the consciousness deeply into the joints and the tissues. And here is the website, YoMind, using yoga, mindfulness, and neuroscience education to optimize physical and mental health. So all of you out there, in your hearts that what Libby is doing is, carrying on the tradition. It's so interesting that there's so many of us in America and in the West, who maybe this lifetime weren't born as, in India. But we are so deeply passionate about these teachings and bringing them forth. And, as one of those, I just totally appreciate your work, Libby. And Meeta,
hi,
namaste to you.
Everyone, and global namaste and happy International Yoga Day. Happy Father's Day as well. What a wonderful combination of both the days today, and nice to see you, everyone. And Libby, I have been quite impressed by your work since you came last time on Healing Our Earth, especially that it's not easy to get little children interested in something like this when they are more into social media. And this is like concentrating on your internals, because yoga means here to unite. Yujya, it comes from the Sanskrit word yujya, means unite your consciousness with the divine. And there are so many different kind of yogas which has come, in the last many years. And people of different religions who possibly see yoga as coming from, originating from the Indian subcontinent, from Hinduism, because we got Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So they call yoga with a different name, so that want to drift away from the origin of yoga. But what I feel that yoga is meant for humanity. No matter what you can call it Christian yoga, you can call it some other yoga, as long as it's keeping your mind, body, and soul aligned, it is the best thing. I was wondering, how do you enroll the children, and how do you find do they do pranayam as well? And if they do pranayam, what do they prefer? Do they prefer Hatha yoga or pranayam? What is their preference? And what age group is your starting age?
Great questions, all of them. Starting age, I have taught pre-K through adults. I actually taught our local police force as well. And in all of the classes, some pranayam is included. I have 12 different ones that I teach, because like I said, not everyone responds to everyone, but I do, alternate nostril breathing. I do, inhaling 4, holding, pausing, exhaling 6, teaching them, right as I teach them the pranayam, I try to give them the reason and what effect it's having on their mind. So with the inhales being connected to the sympathetic nervous system, and the exhales, I'm just using the 4-6 breath as an example, the exhales being connected to the rest and digest system. So I make it very simple for them. So I say, if you're feeling a little agitated, this might be one for you. Inhaling 4, exhaling 6. And then I say, you can add a pause at the top and the bottom, which I say, helps create, when it's practiced enough, it will help slow the thoughts down I always say, does anybody have so many thoughts coming at them they can't stop? And I'll say, okay, well, this is one thing you can do. So I include that. There's, box breathing, 4-7-9. I mean, all of them. And then, the alternate nostril breathing is just, like I said, I don't know if you were on the call earlier when I was telling Sharon that I've had teachers say that kids will be doing that before math tests, So, that connecting the.
When I learned around, 4 decades ago, just like Lakshmi ji was mentioning, and my school of yoga was also Iyengar school, but not like Lakshmi ji directly from Iyengar, but from the teachers, who got trained. So we were mainly taught Hatha yoga, but pranayama was part and parcel of the spiritual camps I started doing when I was a teenager with my father, who was very much into it. So no, it's good to know, because Ujjayi pranayama is very good for singing as well. So if, they are encouraged that way, and it's a very, very good vision you have, that the recorded version, and I'm sure the GDPR issue is not any problem with the recording. The parents are happy with the recording to be shared, can be used in other countries as well, because I don't know how this your income, how is that, certain income you require, all those things have, because most of my work is voluntary. So I'm very sure that, you might be also doing a lot of voluntary work. So that is another issue as well. And it's hats off to you that you're doing this for that many years. I mean, Lakshmi ji probably will agree with me. Recently, thanks to her, we were in Spain, Extremadura, a place called Campus Fee, and they have a University of Consciousness. So this is like, in modern times as well, when yoga is extended to what it really has to relate to is consciousness, is fantastic. So certain institutes are doing that. And I'm sure that, if this seed which you are sowing in young children at this age, their consciousness is going to be going on that lines when they grow up, and they will fall back to these resources, internal resources, when there are, as Haniji was mentioning before, when chips are down and mental health is an issue all around the world, especially in the global north, in the developed world. So these are the things you can fall back and your own resources. And you might be teaching about consciousness as well. I know they are too young at a certain age, but how it helps to, to align your consciousness with the divine is also things which I, as a child, was directly not taught when I was learning yoga, but nowadays there's a lot of awareness. So thank you so much for a wonderful service you are doing for children. Thanks.
I would like to add that in Spain, we also had one session of yoga where the Indian embassy people had come, and for an hour we did various asanas and everything right under the hot sun on the ground. It was an amazing experience, because all age group was there, young, old, very old, very, very old. Everybody did the yoga. I mean, I may have the pictures, but definitely I will send it to Neil, and he can show it to you next Sunday or something like that.
It was a fantastic experience. Yeah, it was scorching hot. So yeah, everyone was doing wonderfully. We did all different kind of yogas.
Oh, this is. It looks like Neil is showing my some of my trailer here for Qigong. And there's our dear Wai Ching. No, Libby, I completely feel for you, because, we are creators, right? And that's what we do best, and teachers and creators. And let's manifest, you know, the people who have the abundance, the wealth to help us bring these amazing mind-body practices. You know, what really we should have is some kind of, you know, website that brings these together. That's what our friend Bill Douglas, who does International Tai Chi and Qigong Day, that's his vision, to have this global transformation project to bring Qigong, Tai Chi, yoga, etc., mindfulness practice, you know, into the school. So he's a real passionate person as well, and has done a lot of this kind of work. So we really need to come together, and that's why, you know, we're here at Healing Our Earth, to bring us together.
Is, you know, yoga is superfood and kindness is superpower. It's so catchy things for it to stay in the head, because I know my daughter was 9 years old when I was doing yoga teachers training, and she taught the whole class. So to put that in their head at that age, that they, and their bodies are flexible, they can do all the asanas which we can't do. So it's
yes. I also give the kids these bracelets that say "Yo Mind" on one side, and then it says "Breathe, Perceive, Respond," because I teach them that we can't control the world around them, but we can control our breath, we can control our perception and our response. And on the inside, it says kindness is a superpower. So even with the little ones, I'll say, and you know, even if no one can see it, that you are packed with a superpower. So it's on the inside of their bracelet, that they always, no matter what situation they're in, they don't know what to do, being kind. I teach them, it makes them smarter, more social and brave, which is scientifically proven. You know, it connects to our drive system, our tend to befriend system, what's helped all of our communities survive. And we can all agree that if we don't get a little more of that, we are definitely at a tipping point here. So
yes,
thank you for noticing the catchiness, because it is entertainment and it is edutainment. Because
that's right.
You know, kids, they should be having fun. They're kids. You know, have you guys heard the science that if something is practiced, it takes 400 repetitions of something to form a permanent neural pathway. However, if it's done with play, it only takes 10.
You see,
it's like it's science.
The same. It's the same for adults as well. We got to have fun.
Oh, absolutely. No, exactly. It's the same for everyone. That's literally the science behind. Yeah. You know, if we have a good time.
Kids. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're more likely to remember it when it's more playful and joyful. Yeah. So, what I can do is I have one full practice, and then I don't have this figured out how to do yet, but I have one of my shorter sessions filmed from my time in Minnesota of how I make it playful with the littles. You know, so I'll show you, I'll be able to provide the full hour practice that I did for the college football team, and then show and provide to this group, or maybe I can get it up on my website or something, how I make it playful for the kids. You know, what we do is we do yoga shapes. We do a little bit of yoga. We do some breathing. I teach them about that. And then I let them make shapes that we all do. So we'll be in a circle and I'll say, okay, now you make a shape. It could be a yoga shape or any shape. And they just laugh and make funny shapes.
I just remembered what Mickey Himanshu was doing this morning. You know, they work with two people. And that's a very nice yoga as well. When, you know, you pull each other and put the pressure on each other. And that's also very divine and connecting, isn't it? Do you teach?
The kids love that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. With the high school kids, I do that often prior to the pandemic. And then I also was taking my other part of this model that I had is I teach the older kids and then have them. It's based on a medical school principle of see one, do one, teach one. Is I take the high school kids down once I've taught them these things and take them to the elementary schools and have them teach the elementary school kids. And then we do what's called play shops. and we would take the high school kids to the elementary schools, and they'd get so excited. They get, you know, a half-hour play shop. And in the play shop, we would go from being really silly to silent. And we'd go back and forth to doing just a regular yoga practice, and then doing some fun partner stuff, which makes them just, you know, go nuts and have fun, and then come back to quiet and the body scanned.
Libby and Sharon, I propose to play the Ashland school video, because I think it's an excellent way of showing some of your work, Libby. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go for it. Just give us a moment and off we go. And we are Sharon. We are rocking. There we go.
Hands together down the midline, back to the heart.
I usually go completely insane when I'm at school because I have like so many like AP classes, and it gets really stressful during the day and I get really tired. But once you come to school and then you get like a grounded yoga practice, it really relaxes you and it makes you feel so much better about everything. And then you usually perform better in classes too.
Reverse your warrior.
Now that I've been doing yoga for a while, I've found that when something catches me off guard, I can be a lot more prepared for it. And instead of, like if it was a situation where I would normally get angry before I started doing yoga, now I can calm myself down more and then readdress it and just think before I speak.
When I meditate, my mind becomes clear, and everything in my life that is confusing is boiled down to something very simple. When you kind of take a step back and view all of your problems from a different lens.
I'll start walking the hands back in, spine comes up nice and tall.
Playing basketball and playing flag football and playing softball and playing badminton and volleyball were just not activities that kids were taking away with this passion for Lifetime Fitness. And we sort of got the yoga bug here at Ashland High School.
We're going to scoop your arms up into a chair pose. Just a nice little chair.
We have 10 volunteer teachers teaching at Ashland High School. They've taught collectively about 150 classes, and I personally have taught about 200 classes.
So with yoga, we're doing not only a focused meditation with our paying attention to the breath, but we're also doing kind of an open circuited meditation the whole time that we're practicing. We're having to be mindful of where our hands are, where our feet are. And that type of activity of bringing your attention back to the breath and paying attention to where you are helps regulate the emotions as well. I think teenagers are challenged with their decision making, their emotional regulation, and just, you know, finding out who they are. Because they're very impressionable, so that the habits and the neural pathways that they're laying down as teenagers will affect them the rest of their life. But you have to be sensitive to the person next to you. What if we gave kids the skills when their brain was developing, that they actually laid neural pathways that they could manage their focus, make better decisions? Feel free to remain seated.
I think the mindfulness practice really helps to calm the thoughts of anxiety. I know that a couple of years ago, before I started doing yoga, I was really prone to like panic attacks. Just like returning to your breath and focusing on your current moment and where you are in space and time right now, and recognizing that it's not the end, you're not dying, you're safe and you're calm and at peace.
It's just very liberating to have, you know, that deep sense of calm in your mind, that no matter what you do, no matter what happens, you'll still be here and everything will be all right.
Again, breathing nice and deeply. My main drive towards teaching younger people yoga is that it's me being fairly close to the age of high schoolers myself. I have a really strong appreciation for just how much I would have benefited from actually seriously starting to practice yoga when I was younger. When I go into the high school, I feel like it actually is spreading something new to somebody, and even if, you know, only one person really grabs onto that, that's one person that is going to carry that with them. So I feel very grateful to be able to, you know, pass that along.
Our children are stressed, and it's so important for them to be able to de-stress. We get bombarded through the media and our busy day and what's required of us, that taking some time to just slow down and just be still and allow our mind to rest. Our mind needs to rest because it's busy all the time. And when we have those times of rest in our mind, It allows the mind to actually work better when we do need it.
The last one is the hardest.
The response to yoga has been phenomenal. Students who were reluctant at the beginning are now over the top about it. I have students journal about it after each class, and their journal responses are always, yoga is the day I look forward to the most.
It comes down to learning to be compassionate for yourself. This is giving kids tools to learn to accept themselves, love themselves, and have patience and acceptance for other people.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Beautiful. Yes, very well produced as well.
Yes, and that was done in 2012, and at that time I did have people that were on board to assist and teach. However, the volunteer model is not, as we were discussing, it's not sustainable for everyone, and so I would have I had a few people, or at that time I was hoping to get funding for all these teachers, and they quit when there wasn't funding. Except the one young man with the goatee, he actually now is just finished medical school. He went on to be a doctor. He helped me with putting the website together, and was gone on to do some great things. So,
oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. So now we're going to speak about our future events on Healing Our Earth. Next week, we have the Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen on 26th of June, Achieving Good Health Gastronomically. That's going to be a wonderful, delicious show. Always makes me very hungry. And the next week, again, the Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen on July 3rd. And we'll have some, as always, delightful recipes and advice about the quality of food and so much more. And then after that, we have Guru Purnima special. Pay obeisance and show gratitude to your teacher. I'm hoping to bring on Antonia Minicola, who's my Guru Bhai, and some others, so that we can really, really, as Honey was talking about earlier, pay homage to our lineages and the gurus who have given so much throughout the ages. And then this is today. So here's our mission statement. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. Our mission is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment, as Libby spoke about. That's really the key right now, this edutainment, to find a way to bring these teachings in a fun and joyous and life-affirming manner. So I'd like to maybe, Meeta, would you like to end with a Gayatri mantra for us?
Yeah, sure. So I will say it 3 times and you can repeat with me. Yeah? Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Naha Prachodayat. You can repeat now. Om Swaha Bhur Bhuvasvaha तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः.
Thank you. And I'd like to end, I have a quote from Iyengar, of course, BKS Iyengar. Yoga is a light which once lit will never dim. The better your practice, the brighter your flame. Thank you all for being with us on this Father's Day and International Yoga Week. See you next week. Global Namaste.
Namaste.